20 seconds. All systems standing by. Hey there, everybody, and good morning to you. How are you today on this Tuesday, June 4th, 2024? It is the Pete Sheppard Show right here on the Riptide Media Network. Let's get it going today, kids. Let's get it going today. I can't tell if Angel faded the music down already, but no, feel free to blast it if you want. Feel free to blast it if you want at any time. I've noticed we haven't been banned in as many countries lately, even the Belarus and Russia. Of course, I filed a complaint the other day to allegedly get the audio back. I don't know if they actually take it down but I seem to file complaints once or twice a week to the Facebook police out there, and they usually oblige. Anyway, they ask underneath reason for why I want the audio restored, and I always say one word: because, and then I just hit enter. You know. Anyway, welcome to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. Once again, here at Isola della Cucina, my kitchen island here in Fort Myers. For now, the Riptide Media Network video platform is freaking awesome. So you can follow me at pshep326 on Twitter X, my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, Brumble, and of course, the incredible app on Sports Radio 102.9. Angel Martinez already in the house, executive producer extraordinaire, host of Martinez and Company, which comes your way after this fine program from 10 a.m. until noon. And then middays with Q comes your way from. See, I wish I was a PA announcer in the NBA arena. Q for three. Middays with Q comes your way from noon to 1 p.m. Another great show. Really building something special here on the Riptide Media Network. Good stuff. You never have to leave wherever you're viewing, or if you're listening on the app 102.9, you never have to leave all three shows in a row. Boom. Just keep it right here, wherever you are, and you'll be able to watch and or listen to everything. Fantastic. Great show coming up for you today. My two guests, John Meter Perel, coming your way at 9 a.m. We'll talk some not only NBA Finals Game 1, or should I say I don't know, the Celtics Invitational, or I should say the Mavericks Invitational. By what I've seen on ESPN the last 3 days, I don't know if the only narrative they have on ESPN is Jason Tatum this and Jason Tatum that. And it reminds me of Frank Pantangeli's and Godfather 2. Michael Corleone said this. Michael Corleone said that. The FBI guys, I said, yeah, sure. That's all you hear is about the Celtics. I haven't even heard Derek White's name mentioned at all. The only thing I've seen about Jaylen Brown is that Jason Tatum didn't clap hard enough for him a few days ago when he won the Larry Bird Eastern Conference MVP award. All that stuff. You wouldn't even know. It's all about how Doncic and Kyrie Irving are going to play so well, and and how the Celtics are going to stop them. Really? Well, they whacked them by 28 points earlier this year. They beat them in Dallas pretty handily as well. I mean, not that the regular season means all that much, and everybody played in those two games, by the way. So take from that what you will. But I don't hear anything about how Dallas is going to stop the Celtics. I love it. It's just they're trying so hard. It's going to be a hell of a series anyway. No one's saying the Celtics going to go in and win in 4-5. I think it's going to be 6, maybe even 7. I'm picking the Celtics in 6. But ESPN is so lost to try to come up with, instead of start breaking down, I'd like to see a bench breakdown, which I'm going to have to do it for you today. And some of the other really good matchups here. It's going to come down, I'm telling you, to Luka Doncic, who doesn't play defense 99.9% of the time. That's going to be the overriding factor in this series. And can the Mavericks stop Porzingis, which I say they cannot. And he is so good on both ends of the floor. Anyway, so we're going to talk about that with Meter. And at 9:30, Jacob Zito is going to join me from the Birmingham Southern Panthers baseball team, the Division III kids, cardiac kids, what they did, what they accomplished, knowing from March that their school was going to shut down. An amazing, amazing run by the Panthers, and Jacob was a big part of it. He's a great baseball player. Probably could play Division I. I got to find out how much eligibility he has left. Maybe come down and play for FGCU down here. He's from Southwest Florida. Just a great kid. Worked with his dad, Jeff Zito. If you know radio in the Tampa area and down here in Southwest Florida, you know Jeff Zito. Great guy, great music guy. One of the most he knows everything about rock and roll and just about everything. But he's a good guy. And Jacob's his son. Had the pleasure of working with him before. He actually produced one of my shows way back in the day, or remotes, I should say, remotes. He was working for my other place of employment at ESPN Southwest Florida. Great guy, great kid, and a hell of a baseball player. So he's going to join me at 9:30 today. Join us at 9:30 today, and we'll talk about the incredible run that they had and all the emotions. And they had lost a heartbreaker to get to the championship, a heartbreaker, 11-10. After coming back after winning a game when they were down in the ninth inning and in the eighth inning, they scored a whole bunch of runs, and he was a big part of it. So a lot of big hits. Plays outfield as well. I'm sure the kid could play any position. He's just one of those guys. Plus, he looks like a linebacker anyway. But Jacob Zito will join me, and we'll talk about the incredible run that the Birmingham South Panthers went on. Birmingham Southern Panthers went on, and the Division III World Series. We got lots of preview sound from the NFL also that we'll get to, and the Stanley Cup playoffs Game 1 breakdown as well. Lots of preview sound that from the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers as they get ready to play Game 1 on Saturday night at 8 o'clock at sunrise. Game 1 for the Celtics and the Mavericks is Thursday night. Feels like forever since we've seen in Eastern. It feels like forever. Game 1, Thursday night, 8:30, which means 8:45 or closer to 9. It's going to be a late night on Thursday for the Celtics and the Mavericks, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. But, Angel, I never thought I'd say this in the history of broadcasting, but we will begin with the WNBA and the wars. Nothing pleases me more at times is when ESPN people go at it with each other, because it's amazing how often people will challenge other people on ESPN, and there's never any pushback. Well, Caitlin Clark and the WNBA, we have finally found a topic where there's a ton of pushback. And it started yesterday. I'm going to play all the videos because I want you to see it, not just think I'm making all this shit up, which I am not. And not only that, I think it's highly entertaining. I mean, people, it is, and of course, unfortunately, Caitlin Clark has become race bait again. I mean, if Caitlin Clark, black, white, green, yellow, or orange, I don't care what color she is, I tuned in because of her talent the other day on Saturday. I mean, I tuned in because of her talent, not because of the color of her skin. And all of a sudden, she has become a lightning rod for race talk again, which it's like, Angel, if I told you I like green peppers more than red peppers, am I a racist? Somebody might say I am. I prefer green peppers over red peppers. However, stuffed peppers, I have to go the other way. I have to go with red peppers. Green peppers, red peppers just, I think, are stuffed better. Not that green, no, you can't. Or even, and then you have the yellow pepper over on the side, Angel. It doesn't get enough credit in the pepper world, the yellow pepper. So I'm a green pepper guy. I'm a green pepper guy over a red pepper and yellow pepper guy. Does that make me, am I racist towards peppers?
No, not at all.
Somebody might think I am.
Not at all. And good morning to Gas Pump Guy in Jerry, Rhode Island, as they've already started sending messages in, which is it's a beautiful thing. I'm also trying to figure out why we're getting the fellas were telling me there's an echo that's coming through on the app. So,
okay.
Yeah, like everything else, we're trying to figure out what the deal is. I don't know if it's feedback coming from somewhere, but I only have.
Do we need to refresh?
No, I would. Hopefully, we don't need to refresh. I'm just trying to figure out why in the world all of a sudden decided I wanted to do an echo out of nowhere, but. I'll figure it out somehow or another.
They both confirmed there was an echo on the app, or
yeah, they both did.
Okay.
So I've been trying to adjust volume settings and stuff here behind the scenes to see where I can find the loophole of why in the world all of a sudden this crazy echo is coming out of nowhere, because I don't have anything else open other than what we've been talking about so far this morning on the air. And you're using your laptop mic?
My laptop mic, yes.
All right.
My headphones are plugged in, so that should not be an issue.
Yeah. So
my headphones were not plugged in, then that would be an issue.
Yep. So I don't know what the I'll figure out. It's probably some ridiculous as always.
Yep. All right. And again, NFL news. Obviously, we had it breaking yesterday with Justin Jefferson signing that huge deal with the Minnesota Vikings, and then after the show, Larry Allen unfortunately passed away. Great lineman for the Dallas Cowboys at 52. Arguably one of the top 3 or 4 offensive linemen of all time, right up there with John Hanna of the Patriots and a few others. He was an amazing player, really was. And what a shame that he died at the age of 52.
Right. I'm going to hang on for that thought for 1 second. I'm going to change one thing here.
Okay.
And then if you start hearing an echo, or if you're good still.
I'm good. I'm good. Now I can hear an echo.
You can hear an echo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then we'll go back to that. Now we should be back to the normal stuff.
Well, nothing's normal, but okay.
Good.
I'm good right now. Yeah.
All right. I don't know. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll keep going as usual. Do stuff on the fly and keep things going.
Yeah. If you need me to refresh, if that would help or whatever, let me know. All right. Can we? I want to play the first video. This is what. Let's see. Let's start with. If we scroll down, Pat McAfee yesterday on ESPN opened with a Caitlin Clark monologue, which he has since apologized for some of the words that he used. But it's out there. I'm going to play it. Like I said, I don't hold back on this show at all. We are not like others on terrestrial radio. We can do whatever the hell I want. And this is important stuff. And this is a big topic going on around the country right now. Never would I ever think the WNBA would be such a hot topic. But Caitlin Clark, not her fault, because the media has made it this way. Here.
Hang on.
Yeah. Okay, if we can play, we'll start with this on the Pat McAfee show, and then this just escalated the entire day on ESPN. It was fabulous. Here's what he had.
Is she what? I don't know. With my eyes, I couldn't see if she's Caucasian or not. So I think what we're trying to say is what the WNBA currently has is what we like to describe as a cash cow. There is a superstar. And we're not saying that the players on the court need to act any differently. That's the athletes are going to do what athletes are going to do in any sport. And I think we're all learning that WNBA, that's old school football, baby. That is old school football. But I would like the media people that continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white bitch for the Indiana team who is a superstar. And is it because she stayed in Iowa, put an entire state on her back, took a program from nothing to a multiple year success story? Is it because she would go on to break the entire points records in the history of the NCAA? Not just the women's record by Kelsey Plum, shout out, but also Pistol Pete Maravich's, the dude's record as well. Is there a chance that people just enjoy watching her play basketball because how electrifying she is, what she did, what she stood for, how she went about going, what she went for? Maybe. But instead, we have to hear people say that we only like her because she's white. And she's the only popular because the rest of the rookie class is doing what they're doing. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we think the WNBA, more specifically, their refs need to stop trying to screw her over at every single turn. What you have is somebody special. And we're lucky she's here in Indiana. And that was, guess which WNBA Rookie.
So Pat McAfee has since apologized for the white bitch remark. Said he shouldn't have said that, but look, I get where he was coming from. I totally get where he was coming from. Interesting reaction I have here, Angel. I want to play the cuts from here from our friends, courtesy of Total Sports Prep, and I'll get to their information in a second. Angel Reese yesterday from Chicago. She says each person having misconceptions about them makes it easier to come together.
You gotta realize all of us have a story. And Kennedy has been out of the league. I've had a story behind me. People are going to have their misconceptions about each one of us on this team. And that's what makes it so special. Bringing each other together, I think I wear that on my shoulders. Kennedy wears that on her shoulders because everybody doesn't get this opportunity. So when we go out there and play super hard, compete every single day, it's not personal. Yeah. I promise you it's based off of our stories and what we've come from. Yeah. We've come from so many different places that you guys have never seen or would never understand. So just being able to go out there and play with that chip on our shoulder every single night, that's just what we do and that's just who we are. And you have to accept that.
Angel Reese also says that her and Kennedy Carter, they were involved, in the hard files and all that stuff. They thrive off energy and hopes that style of play will be throughout the league.
Just having my teammates back. Me and Kennedy are super competitive, and just having that competitive edge, I love my teammates, and I'm always going to have their back. So it was just competition.
I think we see a lot of that similar competition expressed by Kennedy, expressed by yourself in the NBA. We see a lot of players have their teammates back. Yeah. We see a lot of players commit aggressive fouls. What's your thoughts on the changing the dialogue in the W to embrace that more?
Yeah, it's just competition. I mean, I feel like that fuels our fire. How me and Kennedy were kind of brought up, kind of how me and Kennedy play our games. We go off of energy, and we're a dynamic duo where we come off a lot of energy, and we're just super competitive every single day. So hopefully that translates obviously to the WNBA, but I think we've started and done a great job being able to continue that.
All right, and I got a couple more cuts I'm going to play here. It does bother me sometimes when I know that the both of them had a much more difficult time. Actually, Angel, I lost you on my screen. I may have to
refresh.
Refresh. Hold on.
And we're back in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes Senor Pete pumping back in.
There we go. There we go. There I am.
All
so
right.
I hope those comments from Angel Reese came through. I got a couple more.
Yeah, they came through.
Okay, I'm hoping they did. Here's my thing. I'm sure that Kennedy and Angel Reese and a lot of other people in sports grew up in a lot less privileged environment than me. I admit that. But I don't like it when athletes start saying, "You don't know where I've been, you don't know where I come." Okay, and I understand that. And there's a lot of people in sports that can make that case. I agree. But if you're an asshole, you're an asshole. And I'm not saying that those two ladies are by any stretch of the imagination. Bill Laimbeer was the richest a-hole before he even got to the NBA. His father was an oil tycoon, and there wasn't a bigger dickhead in the world than Bill Laimbeer in the NBA. Not that every single team wouldn't want to have him on their team, regardless of what they say, they would. But where you come from and how you made it to the league, I appreciate and respect the fact that it might intensify your toughness and passion, but it doesn't matter, rich or poor, because I've seen the wealthy ones come into the game and be just the biggest a-holes on the planet. It doesn't really matter. That stuff doesn't. It doesn't. When they say that to the media, like she just said it, doesn't. I'm sure everybody has their own story. You got some of the most privileged people in the world that play tennis. And even though I was a big John McEnroe fan, I was Jimmy Connors fan too. I mean, have you ever seen more spoiled brats in any sport than tennis or golf?
Nope.
And they all come from privileged families. Most of them. Thank God for the most part, Tiger never acted that way. Regardless, he worked his tail off. His father was. But I'm saying there's, two of the richest sports, privileged sports, golf and tennis, have some of the biggest a-holes on the planet. It doesn't really matter where they came from. They all came from a lot of privileged families, a lot of them. All right, let's continue. That's my little side rant there. Okay, here's Angel Reese says, "Hey, people are watching me too. You know."
I think so many people are watching women's basketball right now. It all started from the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. And understanding, like, yeah, negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly, I'll take that because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, like just because of one single game. And just looking at that, like I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me too, and I want y'all to realize that. Like it's not just because of one person. A lot of us have done so much for this game, and Kennedy has been here before, obviously, but there are so many great players in this league that have deserved this for a really, really long time, and luckily, it's coming now.
Okay, and what she's saying is probably 100% correct. There are a lot of other, but nobody has ever talked about the WNBA like this. Nobody.
They haven't. That they haven't. Although she cracks me up where she says that what was it? Something like no one talks about it about us. Something with I and me too, or something.
Yeah.
Something like
They're talking about me as well. More. Last one, and then we'll play another video. Kennedy Carter says, "Do not formulate an opinion on her just from one clip, Angel."
I'm just seeing a lot of things of players, not of fans, just not understanding who I am as a player. You have to understand me as a person too, and don't just look at one tape and form an opinion about me. I'm truly a passionate person about the game, and I'm genuine. You can ask all my teammates; they've got to know me. They know the real Kennedy Carter. So I'm just saying, don't form an opinion off of one little clip, and you didn't even see the whole game and/or the play that led to that.
Yeah, well, the Kennedy Carter, the clip is, we've all seen it. That she did the shove on,
Yep.
It was a very hard foul that wasn't called. By the way, they upgraded it to a flagrant one, whatever it was. But this league, they have to understand. Sorry, that Caitlin Clark has brought in an entirely new audience. And are you telling me if Caitlin Clark was Puerto Rican or black or Mexican or Native American or whatever other race you want, that she wouldn't be getting the same attention because of what she accomplished in college? I mean, I hope to God that's not the case. I hope. Then you have the other people out there. Their narrative is she's white and she's straight and they don't like her. You have those people out there that think that. I just think I don't care what color she is. I tuned into the game Saturday. I happened to be home while it was on. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch. I ended up watching I didn't watch the whole game. I watched like 15 minutes of it. There's only so much of it I can take. It's not my. It's okay. But when I look at the best, I love women's college basketball, the tournament. Like I said, I think you learn a lot more fundamentally, and even in the WNBA. Even though there's a lot more threes taken down the WNBA, I think if you really want to learn the fundamentals of a sport, watch the women play. I say it about golf all the time, and to a degree in basketball. But yeah, if Caitlin Clark, I don't care what color she is, I would have tuned in. I would not have tuned in last year. If you ever told me, watch the Indiana Chicago game or wherever they played, I don't even remember who they played, New York, whatever. They got routed by the Liberty. I don't even know. I don't even know the nicknames of all these teams. All I know is people like me have tuned in at least for a few minutes at a time when she is on the floor, something I never would have done. Now, do I know when their next game is or their schedule? No, I don't. But I know that if I'm not watching some of my teams play or she's on or there's a commercial break or something and she's on TV, I'm tuning in. And she could be purple with yellow spots for all I care. It doesn't really matter. And Angel Reese too, as much as she could be, she's controversial. She wants to be the bad girl of the WNBA fight. She's a terrific player. Everybody's going back to their championship game, back in the NCAA tournament not too long ago.
Yep.
But that's fine. It does add. If she's smart to say, okay, I'll be the Dennis Rodman, if you will, of the WNBA, even though she's already a better offensive player than Dennis Rodman. May not be a better rebounder than Dennis, one of the best ever in the game. But I get where she's coming from. And this stuff, people are talking about the league, which means more people are going to tune in. Now, I don't know if that's going to translate to dollars over the years because the WNBA loses money. And maybe this is the kind of thing that sparks it with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and others, because it didn't spark it way back, when the WNBA first existed. Nobody was tuning in, or very few people. They gave away thousands of free seats. And if it wasn't for the NBA, they never would have made it. WNBA, even now, the WNBA would probably struggle big time to make it on its own. You're not going to get, without the NBA big brother right there, your league doesn't exist. If you want to try to go independent, good luck with that, because you won't ever come up with the corporate sponsors. There are a lot of them that are carried over from the NBA to the WNBA. But that aside, right now, the WNBA is a product, and it's getting casual fans that never watched a WNBA game before in their life, tune in. So ride it. Ride this wave as long as you can. And the only thing that kind of sucks is how bad the Indiana Fever are, because it's terrible. One of the worst teams, arguably the worst team in the league.
They are, but the one thing is, they'll get it turned around, though. I mean, you start off with Caitlin Clark and kind of build around her and see what happens. But no, you're absolutely right, because you got to figure last week, goodness gracious, last summer when I was at the Summer League with the Basketball League and obviously the NBA were out there, the fan base, Vegas, I don't know why, the most that we saw out there, more than any other jersey, was the Las Vegas Aces that we saw there, men and women both, wearing them. But Vegas knows how to market the Aces, but within Vegas, not outside of Vegas. And if you want this, for this to succeed, like the WNBA should be pushing their product at nauseum to people either be like, I hate the WNBA, or I'm going to tune in to see what they're about. This year, the reason why a lot of people are tuning in, you got Angel Reese, just like you said, the same with Caitlin Clark. These new young lady athletes that are coming in because they want to show everybody what they did in college was not a fluke, and they want to bring it over to the WNBA side. But you're correct with the NBA that if it wasn't for them, they wouldn't be existing at all, because the way they built up the front office initially, I mean, it's taken them, over 10 years, 15 years at this point, just to be able to say either A, they're going to expand, or B, that they finally have a marketable product. And even then, it's still, not even, I don't want to use the word shady, but it's at best like you're teetering on that line, whether you're really going to make it and exceed, or you're just going to start just kind of lowering the bar.
And some of these, and we'll hear from others in a second here, but the stuff about this league has always been physical and all that stuff. Okay, maybe it has. I don't doubt that it has. The NBA is supposed to be a non-contact sport, and the WNBA, we all know the truth's a little bit different. But Caitlin Clark is definitely getting pushed around, and her teammates have not defended her. And I'm not talking about, there have been a number of times this year, Caitlin Clark has got to keep her head up or she's going to get a concussion.
Yeah.
For their legitimate screens, high post screens, a lot of times around the free throw line. And they are working her on purpose. And then usually she bumps right into one of the center's shoulder, boom, and they're legit. There is nothing wrong with that. You got to keep your head up. It's something that she did not face a lot of in college, even in the Big Ten in that schedule. But the WNBA, these girls are big. They're big boned. They're powerful.
Yes, they are.
Powerful, and she's got to keep her head up. The other stuff that's going on, the officials have got to, and it's not just her. It's not just Caitlin Clark. I know she's been the focus of it. Stuff that's happening away from the ball is embarrassing, and the refs are looking right at it on the whole and not calling it. And as far as some of these girls are talking, we trash talk. Yeah, I get all that. I mean, you don't have to explain. Everything has to have an explanation, a preamble. We know there's trash talking in sports. You don't have to tell me that. I don't care what gender you are or what sport you play. There's trash talk that goes on all the time. So I understand that. Question is, can you keep your cool? No bigger trash talker in the world than Larry Bird, Danny Ainge, Kevin Garnett, Isaiah Thomas.
Eagles fans.
Well, I think that's standard in football overall. But yeah. All right. Before we go I do want to play this. We have more video. So the one right above that. So we played Pat McAfee, who has since apologized for using white bitch in his little monologue there about the WNBA, Caitlin Clark. But it escalated with Stephen A. and Monica McNutt, who was a great NBA player, WNBA player in her day. So this is from First Take yesterday. Stephen A., Monica McNutt, Shannon Sharp, and Molly had this conversation.
We're talking about them maximizing their great potential. And because we bring that up and talk about what potentially might get in their way, which we do to men all the time, now we got to sit up here and watch every syllable.
Hang on. Wait for it to come on your end because I have no problem restarting it.
Okay.
Make sure it pops up there. And then once it does, we'll go ahead and play it.
Yep. Yeah, it's still not there. Do I need to refresh again?
Sure, give it another shot. Why not?
All right.
As Pete exit out, this is a great time to say good morning to everybody and thank you for listening in on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, the Game app. Also, don't forget to download it there on broadscsouth.com. We hope you're having a fantastic morning as the landscapers are here to provide you all kinds of noise.
Okay. There we go. Yes, I can. Now,
okie-dokies.
All right, here is the response. Here is Stephen A. and Monica going at it yesterday on First Take.
We're talking about them maximizing their great potential. And because we bring that up and talk about what potentially might get in their way, which we do to men all the time, now we got to sit up here and watch every syllable. I resent that, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, so let me. I know we got to go to break. Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest.
How about being a black man?
Being black. Hold on 1 second. Have you? So this is what I'm saying to y'all though, and I know we got to go to break, and we didn't necessarily go there. Maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. When you no. And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are gonna say and Stephen A., I know you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Ooh. Drop the mic.
Wow. All right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you say
you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen
us?
I'm talking to you. Wow. Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
All right, let's,
you're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I got it.
Guys, I really appreciate
you're my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you would not talk about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Guys.
Nobody was, Monica. Guys. You making Stephen A.'s point, Monica. Monica, you making Stephen A.'s point.
Please let me do my job. Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
We're talking.
In the words of Eddie Murphy in Trading Places, Angel, what a happy day. What a happy day.
Listen, with Monica, she's right though. To a point where Stephen A. Smith, because he could have done it 3 years ago. The reason why a lot of talk has come this year is because of the ladies who came out from the draft. And again, black, white, indifferent, doesn't matter. It's the ladies who came out from the draft this year that are bringing the heat extra to the WNBA. So Monica is right as far as when it comes to Stephen A. Smith. I understand he talks about it on First Take. I get it. I understand it. But she's right when she talks about that.
Unlike First Take, Angel, we're going to try to stay on time here.
Yes.
And take a quick break because I will have Stephen A.'s reaction for you. We'll have it on video, what he said afterwards.
Oh, boy.
On his little podcast there or whatever, just distributed. I have the whole reaction that you couldn't get in yesterday to Monica McNutt. Fascinating stuff. You don't want to miss it. Pete Sheppard Show continues until 10. Stephen A.'s reaction to Monica McNutt's accusations as the WNBA wars are heating up at ESPN in Bristol. We'll have more controversy, and I will love to stir the pot about this with you guys as well, right here on the Riptide Media Network.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Cause day and night, the lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. Day and night.
Not, but hopefully we are. I might have to refresh again, Angel, because I cannot see that screen. I can't see that screen, so I'm going to refresh right now.
Okie dokies. Bring the music back up for a second.
At night.
Okay, there we go. Now I see you again. Okay, I am back. Back here at the Pete Sheppard Show live here on the Riptide Media Network. Follow us on the entire video platform. It's outstanding. Follow me at PShep326 on Twitter X, the Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages and Twitter accounts, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, Brumble, and Sports Radio 102.9. The phone number is 727-858-6650. We've spent the first half hour basically talking about what is going on with ESPN and the WNBA in general. Caitlin Clark has become a lightning rod, not her fault. the fault of officials not calling fouls when they should, and people trying to make it all about race again, as we always do in this country. It seems the last decade, it's really getting to be ridiculous. But I promised you, we just heard Stephen A., Monica McNutt, and Molly and Shannon Sharp to a degree go at it on First Take. After I promise you a couple of reactions. Here is, we'll hear from Kendrick Perkins as well. But I want you to, if you can scroll up a little bit or scroll down a little bit, Angel. Here's, you see Stephen A. He responds to Monica McNutt's comments. It's under the Robert BSO thing. If you see, if you have it.
See, give me a second.
Yep. So this is Stephen A.'s response to Monica McNutt. He was very offended. There we go.
Hang on. I got to flip over here. By the way, you guys start hearing the Wizards. And it's freaking landscaping day.
That's okay.
Yeah, which I have to watch. In particular, the one guy, he's across the street at the moment, but I have to watch him because one thing this guy did is that he, the last time he chopped the bushes, but they're pointing out with their sticks that are coming up. And so I got to make sure he doesn't touch them. I got to give him the stop version outside the window here. So yeah, maybe Dios mío. All right. Here's
Stephen A. Yeah, I see him. Yep.
All right.
You ever heard of Monica McNutt? You have now. Because she's on First Take a lot. Shanae Ogumake, absolutely wonderful, spectacular basketball analyst, et cetera, WNBA player in her own right. Ask her how it's been to be on First Take. How about Andrea Carter, who's a rising star in this business? How much do you think First Take helped that? What about Kimberly Martin? What about Molly Kiram herself? Now, I have sat back for years and taken a lot of shit from people.
Like me.
Some who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Some who act like they don't know just because they want to get at me.
Whatever that means.
I could care less about people getting at me. I just want you to be accurate. And it is highly offensive to me when somebody implies or flat out states, like Monica McNutt did this morning, which was factually incorrect. I challenge anybody to find a show in sports television that discusses women issues, that discusses the WNBA or women's sports, that highlights and profiles female analysts more than First Take.
Okay.
Once again, Stephen A. makes it all about him. And Monica McNutt, first of all, Monica McNutt is right. And Stephen A., stop it with your God. Oh, my God. It's like he's on a soapbox. You did not talk about the WNBA. You might have mentioned it in passing the last 3 years. No one ever tuned into anybody's show to talk about the WNBA. So knock that shit off right out of the gate. It's just ridiculous. And you know what he'll do? I guarantee you, Angel, he will put together like a 2-minute clip for the last probably 6-7 years of the times, the 30 seconds or 40 seconds that he actually talked about the WNBA in passing, and then make it look like he talks about it all the time. Guaranteed that he does that. Or somebody at ESPN will do it to try to save face because he's the face of ESPN, even though McAfee gets paid more. So he makes it all about him, his grandstanding approach to the WNBA. Now Stephen A., as usual, right, Angel? He's the savior.
Yep.
I'm the one. Me, Stephen A. I'm the one that brought the WNBA to light, not these. Now we have more reaction from this.
By the way,
but go ahead.
Before you go into the reaction, because Gas Pump Guy did have something here. He said that's why that's what bugs me about all this is that her teammates don't have her back. And you were earlier talking about Caitlin Clark, as we all were, but he brought that in. I want to make sure I got that out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you always in the NBA when somebody gets knocked down, what happens? You see several teammates right away, hands up if they're able to, hands up. Okay, right below that, Angel. This is the aforementioned Shanae Gumake, who used to be, her sister's still in the NBA, WNBA is very good. But here is what she had to say about all of this. And it's I've always found her difficult. She had a shitty radio show, a national show on ESPN. It was god awful last year or a year and a half ago. We were begging. She was our lead-in to Craig and I's show on ESPN Southwest. We're begging ESPN to drop it. Finally, they did because it was so crappy. It's not that she doesn't know what she's talking about, because she does, but it's her breathing. And there's certain things in broadcasting, and she's done this on the radio, and she does it now on TV. She's hard to listen to because she's always doing this. Angel Martinez. But here's her talking about Caitlin Clark and the WNBA being physical, which really, we know it's physical, but it's gotten a little out of hand lately. So here she is.
So this is my State of the Union WNBA edition. Let's start with the play. For those who may be new to this, the WNBA has always been a physical league, full of competitive fire and trash talk.
Can't see it? Oh.
Nope.
Hit the magic button, and I'll make sure I fire it back. And now, this timeout brought to you by Kit Kat. Are you tired of overpaying $1.92 for a Kit Kat? Well, bite into one, and then you forget all about it because it keeps going up. Kit Kat, brought to you by no one. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There I am. Okay, there we go. Now, here is Shanae's response to everything.
So this is my State of the Union WNBA edition. Let's start with the play. For those who may be new to this, the WNBA has always been a physical league, full of competitive fire and trash talk. And on the full sequence of that play, Caitlin was talking. And in this league, no one backs down to trash talk. Now, I have played with Kennedy Carter, and her choice to retaliate on a non-basketball play was literally foul and something that she has struggled with her entire career. That was not okay. But one player's approach is not indicative of an entire league. All rookies, especially number one picks, I know what it's like, have been tested mentally, physically, emotionally, from Candace Parker to Sabrina Ionescu to Kelsey Plum to Skylar Diggins-Smith. And a few days ago, Alyssa Thomas was just ejected for a hard play on Angel Reese. Plays like this happen in sports, but now it's being used to further agendas that don't serve the game. So when it comes to women's athletes, there's this expectation that players in the heat of the game should constantly stop what they're doing and be appreciative of.
Wait. I'm going to pause that for a second. There's 40-some seconds left. I'm going to stop it there because they're spinning once again this narrative where no one is saying that one player, no one mentioned any other WNBA players about what Kennedy Carter did. No one did. All of a sudden, they're talking about that one person describes the entire WNBA. No, we're not talking about that. As the great Allen Iverson said, we're not talking about practice. We're not talking about the game. We're talking about practice. We're talking about now of Kennedy Carter.
And also, over the weekend, Angel, as I said, ESPN purposely cut out some of these highlights, some of the more physical play and moved on. It was awkward and uncomfortable to watch a couple of the shows over the weekend, because they wanted to talk about it, but either somebody at ESPN or some producer or some higher up said, don't show this. Now, they finally came to their senses and started showing some of the more physical aspects of the game because they think they don't want to ruin their product. This is only going to enhance people to watch. No one is saying that it can't be physical. That's not the point here. Okay, let's continue.
Of Caitlin. They should bow down instead of being the competitors that they are. These women are elite basketball players who are competitors, who show up and show out every night before the eyes were there on the game. We all know and we appreciate the unparalleled amount of growth and attention that Caitlin, I'm her biggest fan, is driving to help become the beacon of so much interest and engagement and viewership to this game. But that narrative, that actually does a disservice to her, because the ones who grind through that type of grind become beasts. This is not hate. This is hoops, like any other sport that is professional at the highest level. And I hope people truly get to understand that.
Okay.
I don't know. What are you talking about? That the league isn't physical? We know the league is physical. That is not the point here. I think she totally misses it. I cannot wait. I don't watch First Take, hardly ever. But I cannot wait to you watch Angel. I'll bet you credits to Navy beans, as they say in Star Trek, that Stephen A. comes up with some sort of video today of him from way back, whatever it is, 6-7 years ago, put together. I'm sure he had those lackeys and minions put together like a 2-minute video of him talking about the WNBA. You can mark it down, guaranteed. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Yep.
Today, and and we'll make fun of it tomorrow because everybody just seems to be missing the point. All of this stuff and all this talk is going to make people more attracted. It's too bad that I don't even what team does what team does she even play on? I don't even know. Reese Davis, Angel Reese. I don't know Reese Davis. Reese,
crap.
Chicago Sky, and Kennedy Carter too.
Yep. But Kennedy, again, the big thing is, I don't know why they're trying to say that it's because of, it's Kennedy Carter representing the WNBA. It's not. All it was, it's funny because in one little sentence there, she described about how Kennedy Carter has been doing this her entire career. Okay, that's fine. We saw who's our great Indiana Pacer there, Reggie Miller. Right? Reggie used to get into all kinds of heated debates. But okay, I get it. You're trying to do some sort of comparison, but to say that Kennedy Carter is representing the WNBA, that was completely wrong because she's not. It's just what her actions have done. And then after the game was over, not wanting to take a question and answer a question because of it, all you had to just say was like, listen, my fault, whatever. Caitlin was saying this, and I just felt like I needed to bump her. And that's nothing out of the ordinary. That would have been something she could have just said and kept it moving.
Well, here's the thing, but I understand the trash talk, but in the midst of a play, you want to get a little physical. You want to throw an extra elbow. You want to, box out, whatever it is. You want to get more fight. That was so stupid what she did and blatantly obvious.
Mm-hmm.
When the ball, the play is dead. The referee is looking right at you. It's 10 seconds after the play, and you go over and shove her. Now, did she maybe flop a little more than? Regardless. That's the problem I have is that it was a stupid thing to do, and we've seen NBA players do it all the time. It happens. You got to keep your emotions in check. You absolutely have to keep your emotions in check in this game. You want to get, it's almost like the best revenge is living well. The best revenge for an NBA player: get physical under the boards. Then you want to get more physical. You're more likely to get away, even if you make a contact. Hopefully, you don't kill somebody. With an elbow or whatever tactic you want to use. We've seen people get flung to the ground. We saw Angel Reese get flung to the ground last week, and on a hard foul, there was an ejection in the game as they talked. So I'd rather see that when you go up to somebody after 10 seconds after the play and shove them. I mean, that's the kind of nonsense that the WNBA they got to put a stop to. In an NBA, and in fact, that was the NBA. They would have gone. I don't know why they didn't review it initially. If that was the NBA. That person would have got tossed.
Yep.
Yep.
They would have been.
They would have got tossed. So
that's the one thing that's kind of annoying me when it comes to the officials and the NBA as well. The NBA is no different than the WNBA, but that's what I think. Why are we waiting until games are over? And then if you're going to take that amount of time on the court, you might as well get it right the first time because it changes the outcome of games. And I can't stand we missed that. Did you really? Because you had all the time in the world when you guys were reviewing it the first time around.
Yeah, no question. It happens all the time. It happens in the NFL. How many times we have to say it?
Yep.
With the officials, they become part of the game after the fact. All right. Meanwhile, so that's it so far with the WNBA and with Caitlin Clark. But it is going to be fascinating to see these wars going on at ESPN in Bristol. It absolutely cracks me up, and everybody's going to be if they're smart. They'll have the same panel as they had on yesterday on the show. So, no question. All right, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650 is the number to call. Later on in the program, John Meade-Perrell going to join me at 9 a.m. We'll talk NBA Finals as we get through the Dallas Mavericks and the Celtics getting ready for Game 1 on Thursday night at the Garden at 8:30, a.k.a. closer to 9 p.m., and we'll have a Stanley Cup preview as well. NFL mandatory mini camps opening up today for some. We'll definitely have some NFL sound as well. Do a baseball rundown also. Who's this? Somebody's ripping me on Twitter. Oh, I love it.
Are they?
Joe. Same old unprepared Pete stammering. Who's this guy? I don't know this guy. Point out, contend he's trying to work. Requiring a subscription. Ouch, no. No, it doesn't require a subscription. You don't have to subscribe. But thanks, Joe. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you.
Subscription? Where did he get a subscription from?
I don't know. Well, he's uninformed. He's uninformed. I love people that do this, and then I go down and look at all this. He's just one of those guys that.
Well, it's like the trolls. I love the trolls. Listen, folks. Oh, here I'm going to go for a soapbox for a minute. Let me explain to you, people out there, when it comes to not having a creative bone in your body, and then you want to go and troll people and then try to tell them what they should be doing. In the meantime, you don't have a freaking clue upon what to do, because the trolls, you guys are out there. I will tell you this, but you guys are out there and you try to do comparisons between shows, this, that, and the other, and you want to talk about, all things under the sun. But in the meantime, you're not doing anything creative, because all you want to do is watch what others are doing and try to say you're doing it first. So troll away. Try to see and do what people are doing, because you guys crack me up. If I had a picture of a clown, it'd be up there right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, after 38 years, I don't care what Joe says and his 109 people that follow. But now that's the first post he's had. It's people like this, and it's always the ones that have no followers or anything like that. Not that you need to have a lot of followers to be relevant in this, but here is a guy, and you look at his all he does is comment and criticize a lot of media platforms. So whoever Joe is, and you only post like once every 3 months or something like that. I don't.
That's because it's the same people that don't post anything, and so they want to try to become relevant and see what they can throw out there so we can stick. Well, it's not sticking. So
I hate blocking people like that, but then again, I don't want him, tagging me, and because of the following that I have. On the other hand, usually when that kind of stuff happens, most of my close to 21,000 people that follow me on Twitter, like what I'm all about, and they're going to take kindly to the critter, or they're going to come at you in all ways and just rip the shit out of you. So, whatever, roll the dice, take you. You're allowed to criticize of whatever you want to think. But thanks for listening. You didn't subscribe. It's not. You don't have to pay to watch this show.
Sure don't. Anywhere on any other platforms at all, not even on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, the game, the app. You don't have to pay for it. All you do is friggin' download it. So these people, but it crack me up, man.
Yeah, it's part of the game. It's part of the business. Meanwhile, on a more serious note here, before we go to break, it was on Omaha Beach 80th anniversary today. 70 World War II veterans. I'm looking at this site called Stars and Stripes, flown to France for the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, which is it really is unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. And and Angel Martinez, of course, being a veteran as well. It's pretty special. It's a pretty special day. Really, the movies that I've ever shown, Normandy Beach and all that, I have a hard time. Like Saving Private Ryan, I've only seen that movie once, Angel. I can't do it. That opening scene is just absolutely incredible, powerful, where everybody's parachuting in and so many people lost their lives immediately before they even hit the ground. So, but the ones that survived, again, a group of nearly 70 World War II veterans flown to France for the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. That's great. That's unbelievable. These are the real heroes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the reason why we are able to talk about stuff like the WNBA and Caitlin Clark. Well, I just wanted to point that out. All right, Angel, quick break. 1 hour down. We got 2 more to go here on the Pete Sheppard Show, right here on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning.
especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
All right, back here, hour number 2 of the Pete Sheppard Show. But once again, Angel, I hear what's being played. I cannot see you. I can't see you up on the, where it is live.
Pretty fresh.
All right. It's a refreshing kind of day. I don't know what's going on today, Angel. I'm going to blame the people buzzing your lawn out there. Getting too close, disrupting the signal. Anyway, 727-858-6650. That is the number. Don't forget, coming up after this fine program today, Martinez Company from 10 a.m. until noon. And then middays with Q with Rich Quinones from noon to 1 p.m. All of these shows, by the way, Monday through Friday right here on the Riptide Media Network. Rick says, when I see a quarterback in the NFL get a cheap shot, I see their teammates stick up for him. Fever, nothing. Yeah. Jerry says maybe he's in line waiting for a prescription for crazy pills.
The comment that we were talking about before we went into commercial break.
From the other
And
Twitter.
then the
That's
guest
right.
from guy follows up with, well, the way I see it, that they don't like things you guys say, but at the same time, they help the network because they're listening. So, which is all true.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's all about impressions. And, we don't do what we do we want to provide a very informative and entertaining show, which I think we do. And I touch on a lot of stuff that a lot of other programs are not going to touch. But being the digital platform that we are on the Riptide Media Network, that's what's great about doing stuff like this. We don't conform to anybody. I just play what I think was entertaining and informative. Speaking of that, you can never go wrong talking about the National Football League. So mandatory mini camps are opening up for some teams today. Not everybody, but they're going to happen this week. Before we get to that, Angel, it broke on, you broke the story, not you personally, sort of, but nevertheless, the big story yesterday in the NFL, besides Larry Allen, unfortunately passing away at the young age of 52, but Justin Jefferson signs a huge $4-year, $140 million deal with a $110 million signing bonus. Includes $88.743 million due at the signing. Vikings announced yesterday that Jefferson agreed to an extension that runs through 2028. Of course, he didn't disclose the terms, but so now the most guaranteed money in a wide receiver contract is Justin Jefferson at $110 million. A.J. Brown is next at $84 million. Then Amon-Ra St. Brown, a measly $77 million, and then Jalen Waddle at a piddly $76 million. So the day before the 2023 season started, Jefferson declined a contract offer from Minnesota. Would have paid him over $28 million annually. So instead, he took a gamble on himself. It paid off, and with his 4-year extension averaging $35 million per year, the average annual value is $1 million more than the previous non-quarterback record for San Francisco 49ers pass rusher, Nick Bosa. So that was quite the contract in the NFL. And as I said yesterday, Larry Allen, the Cowboys Hall of Famer, Larry Allen died at the very young age of 52. His vacation with his family in Mexico. Never met the man, never spoke to the man, but known to be a gentle giant, huge beast of a player who could run like you could not believe. He did a 5.1 in the combine back, or came out 5.1 in a 40-yard dash. A guy of his size and stature, arguably one of the top 3 offensive linemen to ever play the game, out of Compton, California, where another one, people may not know this. You talk about a rough upbringing. This guy was once stabbed, Angel, 12 times while protecting one of his brothers.
Good Lord.
He attended 4 different high schools before going to Butte College, and then starred at Sonoma State, where the Cowboys found the raw but talented Larry Allen, drafted him with the 46th pick. So he was a big reason why Troy Aikman and Tony Romo were successful. He went from guard to tackle in games. He played right tackle, right guard, left tackle, but mostly started at left guard. First team All Pro 6 times. So he was, there's no doubt, top 3 offensive lineman of all time. Sad, so sad. And I heard they were talking about him yesterday on ESPN. He had kind of an Eddie Murphy laugh. Just a gentle giant, a sweetheart of a guy, played like a beast on the field, but sad to see him. Sad that he's gone. All right, meanwhile, let's get to some NFL sound. Speaking of the Pat McAfee show, Indianapolis Colts, Anthony Richardson on being 255 pounds.
He said you got bigger this season. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, a little bit.
How much? Where are you at right now?
Like 250, 255.
If you scoot up close, you don't have to bend down to it. 255 pounds?
Yep.
Is that on purpose because of the hits last year and everything like that?
Nah, not really. Just me just being big.
Okay. What'd you weigh last year?
250.
Okay, so we're still in the ball.
Yeah.
All right. Heading to Jacksonville, Doug Peterson, the head coach there, causes fun banter with media members after joking that some shower and others do not do.
The group that doesn't shower, this is the group that showers. I mean, I was going to just stay right here. Well, there's 400 people over here and 2, 4, 6, 7.
Cool kids up front. They all group together back there. Younger kids, cool kids.
Well, is that how you want to define
Right?
That's how I'm going to define you guys.
Right now? Okay. Thank you, Mark.
All right. And hopefully our pal, Mia O'Brien, was on the side that took showers. And we'll hear from her. We'll hear from her later on in the week. All right. Here's more from Doug Peterson on Trevor Lawrence's leadership abilities.
You kind of lump all the great ones and all the good quarterbacks in that boat, I guess. You know, they're good leaders in the locker room, off the field, you know, with the coaching staff, you know, and look, it's not about necessarily being all vocal. I mean, I played with, you know, one of the greatest, you know, in Brett, and he wasn't a vocal guy, but he just led by example and, you know, spoke up when he had to, you know, and you know, Trevor's very similar that way. You know, he speaks when he has to, but just things we've seen this offseason have been very positive that way, and we just got to continue to grow in that direction.
And speaking of the man, Trevor Lawrence, and he's been a hot topic this year, not just when we have Mia O'Brien on, but because we're waiting to see what quarterback gets paid next, whether it's Tua Tagovailoa or Trevor Lawrence. He discussed, this again from the Jacksonville Jaguars webpage, Trevor Lawrence on the contract negotiations thus far.
Involved? Are you in contract negotiations, talks? Are you even kept abreast of where that's at?
Yeah, obviously I'm aware of what's going on, but I try to keep my focus on, you know, doing my job out here. You know, I have full belief that'll take care of itself, and that's not something that I need to worry about. You know, that's why I pay people and hire people to do that for me. So that's not my job, but, you know, obviously I know what's going on. I'm aware of the situation. I think that's important too, but yeah, I try to keep all my focus and energy on being the best player I can be to help us win.
Is it important to you to get done before camp or before the season or at all? Do you have any timetable at all?
I mean, yeah, I think that would be ideal, you know, just to put it behind us and keep moving and feel good about that going into training camp. But either way, like I've said before, I have the same job. So, you know, I can't always control all those factors, but I have the same job to do either way. But yeah, I mean, I would, of course, that'd be ideal is to get it done, you know, as soon as you can and kind of move forward.
All right. Trevor Lawrence also said he's going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder after the way last season ended.
No, I wouldn't say it's a non-factor. I mean, I think it does add a chip on your shoulder of, you know, when you finish the season the way we did. I've said it before. I mean, there's only one team happy at the end of the year. That's who wins the Super Bowl. So no matter what, you always got something that you're trying to reach and achieve, and that's the goal. But especially the way our season ended. I mean, it adds a little bit of a chip to your shoulder. And I mean, for us, though, it's the same. It has to be the same goal, though, every week is just to get that much better and to put ourselves in a position to be playing meaningful games in December, January, and make a push at the end of the year and just get better every week. I think that's something where you look back last year. It's almost we peaked a little too soon and we didn't finish the season the way we wanted to. And it's important to be playing your best at the end of the year.
All right, and finally, one more from Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback, on rookie wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr.
I really like him. Obviously, just talented, can fly. He's really smart. I think that's the one thing I'm most impressed with is he's picking up the offense super fast. He's a quiet guy, so we're still, you know, getting him to ask questions and stuff. But, you know, he doesn't ask any questions. He always knows what to do. So I've been impressed. That's tough for a rookie. I was there, obviously, at one point, and I was swimming a little bit. And to see him come out here and pick everything up and really not skip a beat has been impressive. And then the more comfortable he gets in the system and knows what to do, he's just going to get better and better. But, you know, I think our chemistry is growing every day. I'm starting to get a feel for how he likes to run routes. I'm starting to, you know, communicate more on how I want things to look and the thoughts that I have based on certain coverages or techniques on the defense. You know, I think he's doing a good job of just soaking everything up, and that's what this time's about is learning it all, as much as you can. So in training camp, obviously you're going to keep learning, but you want to, like I said, you want to be rolling in training camp and get ready for the season.
Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr., outstanding rookie from LSU. And, you know, him and Daniels connected many, many times. That's a hell of a team they got there. You got Gabe Davis, you got Brian Thomas Jr., Christian Kirk, who's very good, Evan Engram, who's, I think, a very underrated tight end. And I'm gonna say right now, Angel, we always have to do the preamble of if somebody a team or a player stays reasonably healthy. I think that he is going to be in the MVP discussion at the end of the season. That's how much of a chip on his shoulder I think he's going to have. Everybody's going to be talking about Houston Texans this year. and they're going to be kind of off to the side. Mia brings this up all the time. This team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, play at their best when they're kind of not being talked about, even though they finished 9-8 last year, missed the playoffs. But I have a pretty good. I trust my instincts on this stuff, and I think that guy is going to be in the MVP discussion at the end of the season. That's how good of a year I think he's going to have. But we shall see. We shall see. Only time will tell. But remember, you heard it here first. Trevor Lawrence, MVP discussion, end of the season. Meanwhile, we head to Pittsburgh. Patrick Peterson on the Rich Eisen show and former teammate Justin Jefferson getting his new deal.
And Justin Jefferson got the bag, Patrick. I mean, he got the bag and then some. I imagine, have you ever, lined up against him? I'm trying to figure this out. Practice? Did that happen or something like that? Or what?
Man, I mean, we lined up against each other time and time again, and just to see him finally get what he has deserved. Just a remarkable 4 years to the start of his career. He deserved every penny that Minnesota gave him. And just to be with him for those 2 years in Minnesota, just to see the growth, just to see the maturity level. And he already had maturity when I've known Justin since he was 11 years old, because me and his brother Jordan Jefferson was roommates at LSU. So I've known Justin for forever, so to see how his career and his how his career has unfolded and to see that is paying off for him, being like you have here, the Offensive Player of the Year in 2022, the leading receiver. I believe he was the leading receiver in 2022 as well.
Oh yeah,
just remarkable numbers, and he's just only going to continue to get better because he loved the game of football, and the drive that he has is it's just inevitable for him to continue to be who we are.
Oh, I mean, he's incredible, Patrick.
And lots of pressure on J.J. McCarthy, the rookie out of Michigan. Can he carry a team with his arm? He certainly got a big-time weapon right there. And it's going to be – that guy's going to be under a microscope as much as anybody, Caleb Williams and others. All the rookie quarterbacks are under a gigantic microscope. But I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be one of the more fascinating players to watch this year. And I can't wait. I'm sure he's going to get a lot of playing time for the two useless exhibition games. I think he should get – a lot of these rookie quarterbacks are going to get more playing time. Now, J.J. McCarthy is going to be anointed the starter, I believe, as is Caleb Williams. Definitely has in Chicago. So maybe, I may have to redact that statement and say maybe – they won't get as much because they're going to be designated starters, and starters don't play exhibition football. But I hope we get to see at least a quarter or two out of them as as NFL mandatory mini camps. Some of them begin today and going on the rest of the week. To the Falcons we go. Bijan Robinson says he will be used to how the 49ers use Christian McCaffrey.
I'm going to be more of a runner that does everything else, like not as much. I don't know what the plan is, but like it's like run first, like I did in college, and then still having that access to go to receivers, still having access to do creative things out the backfield. More so like like how they use Christian down there in San Francisco, like something like that. So that's kind of what like the plan is here.
All right, sticking with the Falcons, Kirk Cousins says he's taking the team to Texas Roadhouse, and R.I.P. to Red Lobster.
Tell us about you're a big movie quote guy.
Oh, wow. I love it. I love it, Mark.
Any go-to lines?
So, first of all, Jake is my generation, right? So, like, when we talk about the sweet spot movies, I'll quote, Heavyweights with Ben Stiller, and it's just crickets. And then I'll get a laugh from way over in the other side of the locker room from Jake Matthews because he knows the reference. Taylor Heineke's close. He's like 4 or 5 years behind me. But that's close enough where we can kind of hang with our shared sense of humor with movies. But, all the sports movies kind of show up at practice. Definitely Heavyweights. That's a big one right now. So I'm thinking about having a watch party with the O-line where we watch Heavyweights to introduce these guys to Heavyweights. But we're going to Texas Roadhouse tomorrow. So that's our first thing. We're kind of checking out these chain restaurants, R.I.P. Red Lobster. So we're going to go to Texas Roadhouse. But maybe like a heavyweights watch party before the OTAs end.
Being a native New Englander, Angel, and maybe even yourself feels the same way, being from the Northeast. I have never been to Red Lobster in my life, nor would I want to go to have. I'm sure it's affordable. It's just like I've never been to, what do I call it? What's the Italian chain restaurant?
Dang it, Olive Garden.
Huh? No, not Carrabba's. I've been to Carrabba's.
Olive Garden.
The other one that gives you all the salad and
Olive
breadsticks.
Garden.
Olive Garden. I've never been to Olive Garden. I've never been to Red Lobster. I can't. I won't. I can't do it. I know it's very affordable for families, and I understand all that. I did go to Ponderosa Steakhouse back in the day, once in a gray moon. Did that, but
That was a good spot.
I'm not going to Red Lobster to have lobster. Not when you grow up in New England or the Northeast and you can have, some of the best. I am not going to Red Lobster where I don't know where they get it from or where they did get it from. I don't know, but I want no part of it. Won't. Can't. Won't. Meanwhile, more on Kirk Cousins on Bijan Robinson's going to be loves him.
Talking about how he's been able to take a lot away from you when it comes to your one-on-one conversations, whether it's how you want him to run routes or how he could do things better. What have you learned in your time together since then?
Yeah. Well, I just, I'm excited to get him on the practice field here today because handing the ball off to him, you could see the movement skills. And I just appreciate his positive approach. He's going to be the same guy every day. He's not going to ride the roller coaster. And who that guy is going to be a positive person who's always looking to the next play. And he's an encouraging teammate. But yeah, I try not only to, say, hey, run this route like this. I also try to say, hey, how's your family? How's your, how do you spend the off season? What are your training habits? What stresses you off the field? Just try to, because I've lived all that. It's hard, and I don't want guys to carry more of a weight than they need to carry. So try to help them if I can with some of the things I've learned, by making mistakes and learning from it. Try to help other guys who can learn from what I've gathered.
I mean, is there any one athlete or at least one NFL player that isn't more likable than Kirk Cousins? You can criticize his game once in a while, and I get that, but Kirk Cousins is just, there's something really cool about him that I like, and I wish him all the best in Atlanta. You're gonna have to put up 40 points, my friend, because your defense sucks. They didn't do anything to help you out on the other side of the ball. So I have no doubt that he's going to have a better offensively. The numbers will look good. I just don't know what the hell that team is going to be if he doesn't put up 35, 40 points a game, because they sucked. They, as I said, they were as bad on defense last year as the Patriots were on offense, and awful. Meanwhile, here's head coach Raheem Morris on rookie Michael Penix Jr.
I think it's been fun to watch him learn from Kirk. I think the cool part is him being in the background, being able to process, watching Kirk go through his way of doing his deal and be his authentic self. I don't know if you know Kurt as well, but when he calls the play, he's able to inject his personality into the play call with the guys when they come out of the huddle. A lot of football. I like the way Mike's been able to take that from him, being able to see how he relates it to his guys and gets them out there and break the huddle and to break the snap and come out with efficiency and be able to throw the football where it needs to go. I've liked where he's grown to. I've seen this guy. I was just talking about this morning how he throws the football, gets his completion, and I watch him check the rest of the field and going through the rest of his progressions as he's going through his process. And that's really special when it comes to when you're talking about a rookie growing and developing and knowing what he should do or what he could do, even after the fact with his self-corrections, going right to Zach right after the play, or even Yates in the background, or DJ Williams in the background, just watching him do that stuff. And really all of those guys, not just Michael Penix in particular, but, Paddock and all those guys in the background, Heineke, all those guys have been really great. But when you ask about Mike and that being a rookie, him and Paddock, those things clearly stand out to me.
All right. Meanwhile, moving on, let's talk about the aforementioned Justin Jefferson. And here's his message to everyone after signing his massive contract. This is on Justin Jefferson.
The time has finally come. The deal I've been waiting for since I was a little kid. Being doubted my whole career, not being highly recruited, not being the first receiver off the draft board. This whole journey wasn't easy for me. First off, I want to thank the man above. Without God, wouldn't be possible at all. To be given a gift to play football at the highest level. It's a blessing. It's an honor. My mom and dad, thank you. This is a journey for all of us, and y'all still with us every step of the way. To my brothers, Ricky and Jordan, y'all are everything. Y'all made me who I am today. This is a new step in our journey, new step in life. Always dreamt of this moment, and to now share it with all of y'all, a dream that we all had. It's a blessing. Kevin O'Connell, Quezzy, the Wilfs, I appreciate y'all for giving me this opportunity. Ben, my agent, thank you for getting this deal done. Last but not least, thank you to the fans. Y'all set the tone, y'all set the mood, y'all set the energy. And I'm definitely excited to set that energy for 5 more years. Thank you, all of the ones that supported me throughout the whole way. This is the start of it, but we ain't done yet. Just wait. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're wondering what the next wide receivers are going to be talking about. He gets 140 million, 4 years. Praise the Lord. 88.743 million due at signing.
Was that a Jerry Maguire moment?
Yeah, something like that. I've only seen that movie once.
Really?
Yeah, it's something that doesn't. There are certain sports movies that, and I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of movies and all that stuff. There are certain sports movies, Angel, that don't do it for me. That's one of them. And you know what else is one that's people think it's sacrilegious is Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Man, it just people get. And I'm as nostalgic and sensitive and emotional in movies as anybody. I mean, I'll tear up at the drop of a hat. When Brian died on Family Guy before they brought it back, I was teary eyed. I never saw it coming. It affected me. I mean, but that at that end of Field of Dreams, the scene where it's like where Kevin Costner says to Ray Liotta, I believe, was his dad. Dad, you want to catch? Want to have a catch? Now, look, some of the best memories with me and my father were me pitching to him, practicing for
Right.
a lot of years, and I used to love it. After dinner, he's like, "Okay, let's go throw a few," and it'd be a half hour, 45 minutes, and to me, I used to get a feeling whenever I could play baseball back then, especially with my dad. It was like a feeling you get on Christmas Eve. That's how special those moments were for me with my father back in the day, playing catch like that. And but when I see Kevin Costner say, "Dad, you want to have a catch?" Like I see people cry. I don't know what it is. It's something about that movie that doesn't really do it for me. The only thing I remember is Oil Can Boyd pitching for the Red Sox in one of the scenes where James Earl Jones and Kevin Costner go to Fenway. At the end, a little girl choking on a hot dog, and the other guy becomes a ghost, and then not a ghost, and he's a doctor, and he saves her from dying, his daughter. There's something about that movie. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Nah, doesn't do it for me. Doesn't
Well,
do it for me.
I think the worst part was not even as far as the movie is when they actually made the so-called Field of Dreams out there stadium.
Oh, in
And
Iowa,
then-
yeah, they built it.
Yeah, no, they did, but it was like what was like an hour and 15 minutes of them just coming out the cornfield, and then come on, you guys.
You done the game when the Yankees played the Cubs. When the Yankees played the Cubs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was brutal. Absolutely, took way too long. I get it. I understand why they did it, but you could have run the whole movie in the time it took those players to go from the field of corn to the pitching to the baseline. That was crazy. One more before we go to break again regarding the Minnesota Vikings and Justin Jefferson on his huge contract. Here's one. Ryan Leaf on Justin Jefferson. This is from Sirius XM NFL Radio.
This is a mammoth deal, like you said. 4-year extension, 140 million, about 35 million a year to play wide receiver, with 110 million guaranteed. Definitely born in the wrong decade, Bill. I'm telling you right now. I should have been born in the early 2000s and not the mid 1970s. But we are where we are, and Justin Jefferson is going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Minnesota clearly saw late in the year after he came back from the injury that it doesn't matter who's throwing in the rock. As long as you get him the ball, Coach O'Connell is going to find a way to get him the ball. And what really helped and benefited him, I think, was the draft and the addition of Jordan Addison. Because guess what? You can try to double team Justin Jefferson all day long, and he still does a great job of winning and getting the ball. But now, if you are looking to do some things that try to limit Justin Jefferson, you have a player that you made pretty special in the draft now that can go out and be that guy. So if you do have that short day where he 5 catches for 59 yards, you have Jordan Addison that jumps up and all of a sudden has 8 to 10 grabs for 150 yards. That's the guy that I think helped Justin Jefferson secure this bag. I really do, because now you have a tandem there that's going to be problematic for everybody when you're, especially the defensive coordinators, trying to prepare for this offense now with Addison and Jefferson locked into a 4-year deal extension there in Minnesota.
All right, there you have it. That's Ryan Leaf. So there's a lot of our NFL sound for the day.
Is it?
Go ahead.
Is it only me, or is every time, and we're speaking about movies, and there's 2 texts I'm going to read off Gas Pump Guy here, but with Goldie Hawn, Wildcats, anytime I hear Jefferson, I remember, like in the movie where Jefferson, every time I hear Justin Jefferson's name, I think about that part in the movie where he gets mad, where obviously they bang up his car, tears up the team, Jefferson. I don't know. Just my
underrated movie as well. Great. And also another underrated, although it's cheesy at times, is Youngblood, the hockey movie that stars Rob Lowe and Patrick Swayze playing on the same line. There's some cheesy lines to it, but I actually enjoyed those 2 movies almost better than Field of Dreams. And I love all the baseball movies. I love the nostalgia. I like most of the boxing movies that have been out there. Sandlot is classic. Are you kidding? You're killing me, Smalls. I mean, that is Sandlot. That was me growing up. Not quite early in the 60s, but more in the 70s. That was me and my friends. We had the same 7 or 8 guys at my house every single day playing baseball, every single day. And it was a religion. Let me tell you, I had a bat rack. I had baselines. We had chicken wire fence in the outfield that we made. I mean, my whole front yard was pretty big, and it was some very colorful metaphors were exchanged during that time too. And I'm talking at a young age, 7 or 8, 9 years old. That's how intense we were at times. And, we had to keep the cussing down. So my parents did not swear. They did not. If they did, it was in Italian. But because of my intensity and hating to lose, all of us hated to lose, and we all love baseball. And it was it got heated at times. No fist fights or anything like that. But when you have to call your own plays, out, safe, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty good about it. 99.9% of the time. I remember one time this kid, Frankie D, I'll call him Frankie D. Yeah, he was a couple years younger than us. We needed somebody. So we made him designated pinch runner. So somebody hit a shot to the gap in our field. We used to play with regular baseball. And I had a bat rack and everything else. It was nuts. And anyway, he was on second base, and my friend Kenny hit a ball, and I'm the next batter up, and I'm going, Frankie, home, Frankie, go home, Frankie, go home. He got on his big wheel. After he started to cry, ran off to his big wheel, raced down my driveway, and he lived down the street and went home. I had to call him. I ran inside. I go, Mrs. D. I go, Frankie's going to tell you. I said, no, I meant go home, like go across the plate. And he ended up getting on his little big wheel, crying and going home. He ended up coming back.
Anyway, we had 2 things. Well, let me read the 2 texts and now get into the quick baseball stories. Going to break here. First one was Gas Pump Guy, where he said that Red Lobster is only good for their cheddar biscuits.
Okay.
And then another one he had followed up with was a great sports movie is Miracle and Remember the Titans.
Oh, but yeah, those are 2 classics. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, it's not about the great sports movies. There's too many. Miracle, obviously, and Remember the Titans is fantastic. But it's the bad ones that you remember. And Field of Dreams is not, for most people, is at the top of everybody's list. It's just not at the top of mine. I'd rather watch Major League and Bull Durham every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, when we come back, quick break. When we come back, we got some preview sound. The Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers getting ready to go at it Saturday night, game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, NBA Finals. We'll get to that and a whole lot more coming up at 9 o'clock. John Meter-Perrell will join me. We'll break down Celtics and Mavericks a little bit more, get his thoughts on some other stuff, particularly college football as well. And some of the schedules that have been released are just crazy, especially for the Florida Gators. And then at 9:30, Jacob Zeta will join me from the Birmingham Southern Panthers Division III World Series team that came just short of winning the whole thing. But it was an amazing story because they all found out in March, before the season started, that their school was going to shut down. So it was an amazing story. You saw it all over SportsCenter. Over the weekend, the last 3 days, you saw Stanford Steve come out with a Birmingham Southern jersey the other night on Scott Van Pelt's show. They were all over SportsCenter, and Jacob was one of the big highlights as well. He had some key hits down the stretch. He's a great baseball player. So we'll talk to him and get his thoughts on that journey in Division III. It's a fascinating story. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up at 9:30. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show here on a Tuesday on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I can't believe how boring this is. Why did we come here?
Let's shoot the fat guy on the piano.
Well, if we're back, Angel, I can't hear or see anything, so I have to refresh again. All right, here we go.
And thank you for that exciting number. It was most stimulating. And now the Copacabana of Miami once again welcomes the ambassador. We're hoping you're having a wonderful time. And now to continue this exciting evening, Miami Sound Machine.
Us?
Yeah, I told him you would. You've lost it.
No.
They're gonna love it. Come on.
This is
Get
not
up.
the right place for
Sure
that.
it is. Come on, they'll love it. Come on.
Come
on, Gloria.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer.
Oh, great stuff, Angel.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you
You're so cool. How can you not love her? Fantastic. And of course, any band that has brass is okay in my book. We need more brass, like needing more cowbell. We need more brass. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. Don't forget to follow us all over the place on our video platform on Twitter X. Follow me at PShep326 on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Spotify, Rumble, and of course at Sports Radio 102.9 as we do the show live today. Once again at Isola della Cucina on my kitchen island here in beautiful Fort Myers, where it is about to reach 95 degrees, I think, today. It's the high. More showers expected today, a little more than yesterday in the afternoon. I think we got an afternoon shower yesterday as well. I don't know. Are you getting any rain up there for some reason? You're not getting any lightning like you're supposed to be getting. You're not getting any rain up in Tampa. I mean, we're not that far apart. You know, a little about 2 hours, maybe a tad less, but it's amazing. Did you guys get any showers yesterday?
You know how you bring up Seinfeld all the time? Remember the soup Nazi where he's like, no soup for you.
Yeah, no.
That's what the rain is doing to us. No rain for you. It's literally like less than, I would say, 50 yards away. And it rained all around our development, but not a squirt inside our development whatsoever.
It's amazing sometimes and over here in Fort Myers, and it's like this in a lot of Southwest. It can be, you look out your front door, front lanai, and it's sunny, and the back is raining and thunderstorms.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating. It really is. 727-858-6650. That is the number to call. Again, John Meade-Perrell will join me at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock, around 9:05. And then Jacob Zito, great baseball player from Birmingham Southern Panthers, a team that doesn't have a school anymore. And what they did on their run, remarkable run, almost winning the Division III World Series, captured the hearts and souls of America the last few days. We'll get Jacob's perspective on the whole thing as well.
Now, before you get into the other stuff, we were talking about baseball before we went to the break. So my cousin and I, this is back in Philadelphia, my cousin Jerry, we loved baseball. I absolutely loved it. Grew up with it in the whole 9 yards. So we decided that we want to play he was going to pitch, and obviously then I would catch for him, and then vice versa. So we would get into it where we're in the alleyway. For those who don't live here, reside here in Florida, an alleyway is where you are in between two row homes. Your alleyway. So he would pitch, and I would call the ball a strikes or whatever. So the one time I called it a ball, mind you, we're not playing. All we're doing is just practicing pitching. He lights me up. He goes, "Ball, what are you talking about? That was a strike. What are you, blinds this ump? What do you think?" And I just looked at him and looked behind me. I'm like, Are you seeing someone that I don't see? What's wrong with you? But again, it was kids. It's the way we were. We were competitive. We had fun with it. And then on the baseball field, we had.
He was channeling his Angel Hernandez.
But yes, and that he was. But we had a local baseball field, and it, obviously it was just dirt. We would kind of every once in a while we get spray paint makeshift grass on the field because that's the only thing that we had. I mean, the grass just died out, and no one brought it back until the Little League started. But we would get milk cartons and crush them down. And that would be the basis. So the fun part was trying to slide into second, and then there goes your ankle because you're sliding into a milk carton, a plastic one.
Oh, that's great. That's actually a good tip. Our bases were in my house. Second base was a rock. You gotta be careful going into second base.
Yeah.
First base we had some. I forget what we had. Third base was a rock too, and third base angled like this, so you could hit it and kind of fly off of it a little bit. My dad would come home every day. First thing, come home from the office, and we'd still be playing. He'd just come out with the broom, start sweeping up all the shit, all the stones that we, and like wouldn't say a word. Like, Dad, you want to play? No.
That's really like my dad. He's granted, of course, I'm fortunate he is still alive. God bless him. Yeah. But I think he may have watched one game. He was, when I mean the man consistently worked. Granted, he was in the military as well, but he was consistently working. But every once in a while, I'd come home and goes, so how was your day? It's pretty good. How'd you do? I'm like, okay. He goes, did you hit one? I'm like, yeah. He goes, all right, good. Then you can keep the name. I'm like, so I get to keep my name. All right, good. That's all I have to do every single day. But the good thing was that at least him and I were able to celebrate the 1980 World Series together. And that's always going to be memorable for me in my lifetime, always, no matter what. It's going to be instilled because at least he cared enough. He knew how much I love baseball, and he at least shared that moment with me, and I'll never forget it.
There's something different about baseball, father-son nostalgia than any other sport. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying that it's not as sentimental as others, but I think you speak from the heart, as do I. But one of the greatest things, maybe the best thing I was ever able to do for my dad was to get him tickets to Game 1 of the World Series where the Red Sox won it against the Cardinals at Fenway. He hadn't been to Fenway in years, so because we're the flagship station for the Red Sox, and there weren't a lot of tickets available, even for the staff. There weren't, but I kind of went into our general manager at the time, and I actually started tearing up. I was telling us, I said it would mean the world to me for me to be able to give my father the gift after everything and sacrifices he did for me, give him this gift. So he and my brother-in-law, George, I got the 2 tickets. I was up in the luxury box, which I brought, I was going to bring them up, but it was too much of a pain in the butt. Plus, they didn't really care about it. I went down to visit them before the game. Great seats. They're about 8 rows in back of the dugout, the third base dugout. It was phenomenal seats. And they came up earlier in the day. We went to the Cask and Flagon, the famous Cask and Flagon, which is right diagonally across the street in back of left field, the Green Monster. And the Patriots, on their way to the Super Bowl, squeaked out an early season win against the Jets. It was a close game. It was like 13-10. Great game. So they came up to watch that, and then it was a 4:00 game, and then right into the stadium for Game 1 of the World Series, which the Red Sox, ended up winning big. And it was like, it's just a moment I'll never forget. Being down with him, and he hadn't been there. He hadn't witnessed Sweet Caroline in the 8th inning, and blah blah blah. Which it's a great song in the World Series when you're winning. It's not such a great song when you're down 8 runs in the 8th inning in 2024. But anyway, those are the moments you remember. I remember the World Series you're talking about with the Phillies. And you remember the National League Championship Series with the Astros. Not that the Phillies didn't deserve it, but man, you talk about nerves, a team becoming unhinged. The Phillies made the Astros do it. The Astros became absolutely unhinged.
Yep.
They had that series in the bag. And that's when they had Nolan Ryan and the great J.R. Richard. Remember, who left us way too early after summer. That guy he threw 8,000 miles an hour. He was unbelievable. Joe Morgan was on that team. Bob Watson was on that team. Cesar Cedeno was on that team. I mean, that was a great Houston Astros team, but it was Michael Jack Schmidt and the Phillies that took over. Tug McGraw, Greg Lazinski. I loved all those. Bake McBride. Loved all those guys. I mean, that was a great NLCS, and then they beat the Royals. Finally beat the Yankees to get to the World Series and run into a big buzzsaw with the '80 Phillies team that goes on to win the World Series. And Kansas City had to wait for the great Buddy Biancalana in 1985 to finally get past everybody with Brett Saberhagen and company and beating the St. Louis Cardinals, who also became unhinged. Who can forget Joaquin Andujar's total fit? It was a game 6 or 7. I can't remember. We threw an absolute nutty on the field, but the Royals went on to win, and Buddy Biancalana became a household name on David Letterman. Nobody knew who he was. And many people still probably don't know who he is. Go look up Buddy Biancalana, 1985 World Series.
Now, the funny thing, you bring it up. So remember, obviously, when the Phillies tried in '79, came up short, then go back, and as you mentioned, they did it in '80. 2007, they tried, went back in '08, finally did it all. And it was funny because when Kansas City went to win their other World Series, I had sent a message out to the Kansas City Police Department saying, don't worry, you guys are going to be just like us in '07, and finally end up winning it the following year. So the following season, I sent out a message to Kansas City Police Department in the very beginning part of the year saying they're going to win the World Series, and then they turn around and end up finally winning it that year. It was the coolest tweet I've ever interacted with a police department, but they said that was a pretty good call. And I mean, it's a stretch to trying to say that someone's going to win the World Series, but it was fun at least to be acknowledged by a police department.
I don't know if you can hear that. My dog is on one of her beds, flat, unladylike, all 4 up in the air. I think she's having a nightmare.
Oh boy,
having a nightmare?
No, I think she's just.
What's the matter?
She wants attention.
Are you sure? She's not okay. Just making sure, because she's 13 and a half years old, and every day she makes it. She can be a bit of a drama queen, like most men. I'm number 1 again. Anyway.
Section 101 might have something to say about that.
No. Section 101 is obstructive view is. Now she's going to get a treat. Okay. All right. Speaking of baseball, before we get to Stanley Cup, if we can, we might be able to get to it. We got plenty of time for Stanley Cup Game 1 preview tomorrow as well. But let's do a little MLB rundown. Speaking of your Phillies, Angel Martinez.
Is it high enough? It is! It's gone! Oh my God. David Dahl, welcome back to the big leagues. He's 2 for 2. And the Phillies lead it 3-0. That ball left his bat in a hurry.
Man, did he just annihilate that thing. You were right, though, with the call. I didn't know if it was going to be high enough, but it was high enough and long enough.
Yeah, that's all the Phillies would need. That happened in the bottom of the 4th, thanks to NBC Sports Philadelphia. Milwaukee did get one back in the 7th on a solo shot by Rhys Hoskins. But the Phillies win. Phillies win 3-1. Mets and Washington had an interesting game. The Mets finally came back and won a game. They beat Washington 8-7. Cincinnati over Colorado 13-3. Tyler Stevenson had a big homer in this one.
Sent the air to right. And that's got good carry. And that is gone. A big bomb for Stevenson. His 6th of the season. And the Reds routing the Rockies. Their most robust offensive day of the year. A lucky 13 on the board. And a 10-run edge.
Arizona, final score, Cincinnati 13, Colorado 3. Arizona and San Francisco in a tight one. And in dramatic fashion,
the 1-0, swing and a drive, deep to center field, going back Yastrzemski, onto the track, onto the wall, gone! Pavin sends him home as he hits one towards the moon, and the Diamondbacks win by a final of 4-2. 98 miles an hour, and Pavin Smith turned that around. And no doubt about it, over the line, out in center field, gone, walk it off.
Thanks to MLB Network. Angel, it sounded like that was in Arizona, a walk-off by Pavin Smith. I don't know. It sounded like a lot of boos. I don't know if a lot of Giants fans made their way to Arizona. I don't know. Maybe they were. It didn't sound like, Pavin doesn't have one of those names where if you chant it, it sounds like a boo, like Lou.
I don't think so. Unless Penguin AZ, as he says, good morning to us. And then how about them Diamondbacks, as you just played it 3 in a row? Maybe he could probably Pavin Smith, he's saying. So maybe Pavin?
No, it didn't sound like Pavin. Hang on, let me play the cut again. Tell me this doesn't sound like people booing.
The 1-0. Swing and a drive deep to center field. Going back, Yastrzemski. Onto the track. Onto the wall. Gone! Pavin sends him home as he hits one towards the moon. And the Diamondbacks win by a final of 4-2. 98 miles an hour, and Pavin Smith turned that around. And no doubt about it, over the line, out in center field, gone, walk it off.
I don't know. It sounded like a lot of boos. It didn't sound like I'm going to play a cut early in the game where Ramos hit a game-tying home run. Let's see if there's more cheers or boos for him, for the Giants.
Here he hits a high, deep drive into right center field. Carroll back, looking up, out of here, and this game is tied. A big boy home run for Elliot Ramos.
He is feeling just a hanging cutter. I mean, it's been such a good pitch for him. He hasn't made any mistakes up. Well, he does here, and Ramos makes him pay.
Yeah, a lot of cheers there. There were some boos, but I don't know. Mixed bag of fans there in Arizona.
Because Penguin AZ says he said that there were a lot of Giants fans.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would make sense.
Sounds it. All right. A couple more cuts in the American League. Baltimore and Toronto went at it as well.
That's clubbed out to right field by Santander, and this one is gone. A 2-run shot by Santander and an 0-2 pitch. It's a frozen rope, and the Orioles strike against Gausman.
Yeah, he got that pitch up in the zone like we were talking about. Funny, he's 3 for 13 off Gausman, 3 homers now. So, Anthony, obviously it's a big fly or not a hit against Gausman. It was nice line drive right field there, 2-run homer, get the Orioles up ahead here.
Thanks to Mid-Atlantic Sports Network there, the Orioles in that game also. The Orioles going to win 7-2, but Vlad Guerrero had this gigantic blast.
This one deep to center. And gone. A line drive to straightaway center field. Number 6 on the season for Vladdy.
Vladdy and Mo have done some of the best work against the Orioles throughout their young career. For Vladdy, that's his 23rd career home run against the Orioles. And that was a good swing on a slider.
415 feet is what it's measured at.
Yeah, thanks again right there to, that's from Sportsnet in Toronto. Meanwhile, Detroit and Texas. Game was tied at 1. We head to the top of the 8th. Here comes Jake Rogers.
1-1. There we go.
Rogers, deep left field once again. It's gone. He has made 2 pitchers pay, and Jake Rogers has all the offense in his home state tonight. That was all the Rogers in the swing and in the stands.
That's got to feel good. Little 2-piece, 2 homers. That's 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Woo! Like that, 2 claps and a Ric Flair. Elsewhere, Houston over St. Louis, 7-4, and the Dodgers beat San Diego by a score of 2-1. And quickly, the other notable baseball story is going on with the Padres and Tucupita, Marcano, I didn't know, whatever. He might be banned for life. The infielder for the Padres facing a potential lifetime ban for betting on baseball after Major League Baseball received information that he wagered on games involving the Pirates when he was with that team last season. So not good. He's 24 years old. He's yet to be formally penalized, but MLB Rule 21 explicitly states that a player who bets on games involving his own team is subject to a lifetime ban. So we shall see. Yikes. All right, Adriel, quick break. When we come back, John Meter-Perrell will join us, the voice of the BC Eagle football team. Plus, you see him on the ACC and ESPN platforms with college baseball and college basketball. We'll talk with Meter. It's been a while. He was sick. Then he was on vacation, and now he is back and raring to go. Yes. So the phone number 727-858-6650 to text or call. Hour number 3, the Pete Sheppard Show on the Riptide Media Network is up next.
Hey, Dad. Your prescription will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
All right. There you are. There he is, Angel Martinez. Okay. I don't know. I just sent you a text, Angel. Apparently, John Meter-Perel lost a link. So if you could send him a link again via video, that would be great. He just texted me. I assumed, which I shouldn't, that he kept it, that he had it.
Okay.
So Anyway, we'll get Meter on in just a second. Welcome to hour number 3, the Pete Sheppard Show, right here. Not live at the Naples Well Planning Studio today. Back here at Isola della Cucina, which is my kitchen island here in Fort Myers, as we continue to work on some technical stuff in our main studio. Hopefully, we'll be back there. Well, Angela and I will be off next week. So Angela and I will be off starting on this Friday. And we will be back the following, in fact, what's today? Wednesday. We'll be back the following Tuesday after that because we're both going on vacation. And he's got some marriage thing he's doing.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell is that all about?
That's right. That's coming up. So that's fantastic. Wishing you and Deb all the best, obviously. Also, Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter X at pshep326 on the Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, Brumble, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. And as we wait for Meter to jump on board with us here, we spent the first hour of the program dissecting and analyzing ESPN fights going on about the WNBA. We played you all the video highlights and stuff. And remember, after this program today, keep it right here, Martinez Company from 10 a.m. until noon, and then middays with Q from noon to 1 p.m. with which you're known as. Keep it right here on the network all the way, 6-hour block from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then afterwards, if you want, you can go back, and if you missed any of it, go back and just click on to wherever you want on the video platform to see everything we talked about. And on the app too, right? It's available after the show on 102.9 previous shows, if I'm not mistaken, Angel, as well. But
yeah, that is I for some reason my throat has to be cleared for whatever nonsense. But yeah, yes, and there's some other stuff too I'm working on as far as the hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as far as when it comes to the website itself, I'm trying to do it where, because of the lovely YouTube and Facebookers out there in the world, trying to have it where if you guys missed the show, you can go back without the interruption that YouTube puts on, so you guys can watch the show in its entirety without any kind of interruption. And John should be getting the email here momentarily.
Okay, all right, can hear that now. They're out buzzing my lawn out here in the back today. That's the HOA money hard at work right there, Angel.
Yippers, as always.
Oh God. Mowing the lawn, not a fun thing to do in the summer.
No, especially here in Florida.
Don't worry about that anymore.
How about the roofers down here in Florida? You freaking, I don't know. God bless, because man,
I don't know how they do it.
On a roof.
I don't know how they do it. I really don't. Anybody who's outside all day in Southwest Florida, Florida in general, well, I don't know, up north of Jacksonville, it doesn't get quite as hot as it does down here. But man, oh man, the guys who do the maintenance and the roofs and where they put up wall, whatever it is, the guys who are outside all day long, God bless you. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how they do it. Some notable free agents before John comes on with us, John Meter Perel. Here's a good post today on CBS Sportsline. 10 notable free agents to watch after the post-June 1st cuts. Well, I heard the ding, so that means Meter must be there. And there he is. One and only. Look at him, looking happy and handsome. John Meter Perel, voice of the BC football team, and also you see him on the ACC Network and ESPN, college hoops, and baseball platforms. Meter, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Pete, sorry I've had a extended absence, but you know how that is. Some things just nip you in the bud.
Yeah, you were quite sick a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it was not good, Pete. It was not good. I was hit by that you-know-what bug that everybody had. That would be COVID. So
yeah.
Felt like I literally couldn't get out of bed. I felt like you after a long night in Federal Hill once upon a time ago.
What? Stop it. Well, look at you, man. You look model-esque. Like you're all chiseled. And are you standing up?
Of course I'm standing up in my palatial apartment, yes.
And then you were down vacationing, not too far from me, a couple hours down Alligator Alley. So you obviously got some good weather with your lovely significant other.
Yes, that was quite the nice beach/pool vacation. Didn't do much except drink fruity cocktails, your favorite. Eat some ceviche. Spend some time by the luxury surroundings. Angel Martinez gives me a thumbs up on ceviche.
Yeah.
And that was great. Pompano Beach, man. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, I vacationed there for years back in the 70s and 80s. My parents had a place in Pompano Beach and Palm Air, so we were down there, 3 times a year, February, December, and April. That's why I became a Miami Hurricane fan during those years, because they sucked. They were ready to lose a program, but I just kind of adopted them as my team and just hung with them. Through thick and thin.
You've hung with them throughout thick and thin, Pete. You were there throughout those bleak years when they didn't have a quarterback, like last season.
I'm going to say a little prayer against you. So it's interesting. I don't know. Adam Schefter, about a half hour ago, I don't know if you saw this. He says Chicago GM Ryan Poles went from starting at left guard at Boston College and protecting quarterback Matt Ryan to leaning on him while rebuilding the Bears. And I guess he was on. I haven't heard the comments yet of you, but I guess they still have a pretty good relationship. I don't know if you heard the comment. I haven't yet. I just thought you might have.
No, I have not either. But that doesn't surprise me. Ryan Poles is always tight with Matt. That whole team was tight. I mean, you remember that team well.
Oh yeah.
That team could have won the national championship. They ended up finishing 10th in the country, but yeah, they were a unique group. Everybody was really, they came in with Tom O'Brien. They went through a lot with the whole coaching change, and obviously Ryan was the leader of that. But it's funny. People ask me about guys like Poles and guys from BC that have gone on to executive positions. And did you ever see that coming? I said, no, I didn't see that coming. But what I did see coming was the fact that he would be successful in anything he did. You could say that about a lot of BC guys that come through. They just have that it factor that guys in other programs might not have, and that's the fact that they, most of them go to class, and most of them are hardworking, and most of them have other goals besides football.
Well, that's the problem, and we're going to stop that so you get back in the national championship picture.
It is a problem. It is. I've been reading my college football preseason magazines. I'm like one of the last 8 people in the country that read them, of course, because I have to.
I love that, though. I love that.
Yeah, nothing better than sitting by the pool and reading Lindy's College Football 2024. But all of them have stories about NAL and the portal, and all coaches, disturbed by it. But every coach you hear say, "Oh, I can't stand this, but it's what I have to do." So, you heard the Coastal Carolina baseball coach the other day. I don't know if you heard that clip, but he went off. He's leaving. He went off on NIL and talked about the discrepancies at Coastal Carolina, who, by the way, lost their quarterback to NC State this year. Grayson McCall is going to be the quarterback at NC State. He's a really good quarterback, but those are the type of schools that are just getting hammered.
Well, now that the rule is passed and the Power 5 conferences the schools can start paying people. What does that actually mean for Boston College? It's a lot of money at BC. We know that. I mean, there's no question about it. And there's a lot of alums that have a lot of money. So is this end up being a good thing for your Eagles and to a degree my Eagles, or not?
It's a wait and see, Pete. I think one thing I think BC really wants to do is keep that collective intact, which they already have, called Friends of the Heights. They've done a terrific job. Our friend Scott Muchin was a founder of that. And that's a group of alumni who came together and said, look, we need to raise money and we need to figure out NIL quickly. This is, a year and a half, 2 years ago when they saw it coming down the pike, and they've raised millions of dollars. So BC dips into that. It's separate. It's a separate entity from BC. Question is, will BC combine with that? I don't know. I really don't. I think that's an administration thing. That's a president thing. That's, BC has to decide. Maybe BC comes together with the collective and says, all right, we'll handle field hockey, we'll handle lacrosse, we'll handle the non-revenue sports, we'll handle volleyball, we'll handle all those sports that kids want to get paid, and they deserve it. All those kids deserve a slice of the pie. So maybe that's what will happen, and maybe the collective handles football, basketball, and hockey.
Well, the collective is also going to get paid from that recent ruling, right? I mean, all these kids back to, I think, 2018 are all going to get some piece of the pie after that ruling came down for the Power 5 schools, right, to get paid. And by the way, congratulations. I watched most of the BC women win that thrilling game over Northwestern in lacrosse, 15-14. Any of those girls, they must be. I bet you some of those girls might be getting no money on their own, right? Lacrosse is a big sport.
They are. I had a few of them in my class, Pete, as you know, my broadcasting class at BC.
Yes.
Matt Hasselbeck's daughters were on that team.
Okay.
Annabelle and Mallory Hasselbeck,
Mm-hmm.
two former students of mine. And I had 4 students this year, including McKenna Davis, who scored the goal of the game behind her back.
But phenomenal.
She's a great kid.
So you're taking responsibility for their championship.
I'm taking full responsibility for her interview skills and her behind the back flip. Yeah, but they do get a little bit. I'm not sure how much. I asked them that actually as well. That's a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dynasty.
They've
absolutely really established a dynasty there. I love the fact that ESPN gives them a great pub, and hopefully that will continue.
Yeah, speaking with John Meter Burrell this morning, I want to get into. I spent the first hour in the WNBA as ESPN, all the different platforms are going at each other, which pleases me. And I just like making fun of them, making fun of each other. It's kind of funny. But let's get down to the Dallas Maverick Invitational. Again, not to rip ESPN, but that's how it feels to me. The Dallas, actually, before we get to that, but I wanted to I call it the Dallas Maverick Invitational because you wouldn't know that all Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving are going to do is overcome everything and somehow win the series. It's all about how the Celtics going to stop these two, but nothing that I've heard about how the Dallas Mavericks, first of all, are going to stop Porzingis and how they're going to stop Tatum and Brown. Derek White's name, they don't even talk about him. They certainly don't talk about how much deeper the bench is for the Celtics than it is over the Mavericks. But I wanted to, before we're on college football, John, and then we'll get to what I'm talking about here with the Mavericks. Get your thoughts on the Maverick Invitational. The hardest college football schedules released yesterday. The ESPN FPI thing came out. Now, we talked about this 6 months ago. I have never in my lifetime, in 38 years of broadcasting, seen a college football schedule like Florida's. And they had the hardest schedule by far, which we all knew. Mississippi State, then Georgia, Kentucky, Auburn, Alabama. So top 6 schools right out of the SEC. And then, that's actually 7 now, because Oklahoma, forgot about them, and Tennessee. Top 8 schools right out of the gate with the toughest schedule. Then at 9 is Georgia Tech, and then another SEC school now, Texas. Unbelievable. But in case you forgot, the Florida Gators schedule it's the most brutal thing I've ever seen. They're going to open up with a loss at the Swamp against my Miami Hurricanes. We'll get to watch that live. And then they have Samford, home against A&M, at Mississippi State, home against UCF, at Tennessee, home against Kentucky, home against Georgia, at Texas, home against LSU, home against Mississippi, which is projected to have a great team, and at Florida State. That is the most brutal thing, Meter, I have ever seen on a college football schedule. Brutal.
Yeah, that's horrendous. I didn't know the magnitude of how bad it was. I'm not sure Miami's going to beat them, Pete, but I'll give you it for the sake of an argument. But they better beat Miami to get off to a good start, because you lose any momentum, you're in trouble with that schedule. Where are the Holy Crosses? Where are the
Sanford? There's Samford, the second game of the season.
Well, there you go. I mean, I don't know much about Sanford, but you hope that's a W for the Gators. I'm sure it will be. That's a bye game that everybody has. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with now, with the rigorous SEC, Big Ten. ACC's always going to be good, and it's not every team. BC's got a real tough schedule this year. Their easiest game by far is Duquesne, the second week of the schedule. But that's it. After that, look out. I mean, I think you could talk to any coach right now on June 4th, and they'll tell you, boy, we got some potholes on our schedule. So that's why I think it's going to be fascinating when you come down to the Final 12. Is there going to be a 4-loss team in the Final 12? I think there's going to be some 3-loss teams there. There's no question about that. So, Florida, good luck. Billy Napier, that seat is blazing.
Oh, no question. No question about it. But I had this feeling, John, that if that team won 8 games, that's a hell of an accomplishment. And I hope the Gator fans realize how big an 8-win season out of that schedule is. I mean, of course they want to go undefeated, but that is highly unlikely. You go 8-4 with that schedule, I tip my hat to you. You might get coach of the year.
Oh yeah, no, that's we're talking big time. He gets an extension if he goes 8-4
Yeah.
based on that schedule. I mean, yeah, I think any Power Five coach who wins 8 games this year, they're doing something right.
Before we get into the Mavericks and the Celtics, I know you will appreciate this. So right after my bottom of the hour guest, I worked with his dad, Jeff Zito, back at Beasley Media Group not too long ago, and then he moved up to Tampa Bay. Now I think he's moving back here. But his son, Jacob, was one of the real great players on that on the Birmingham Southern Panther baseball team that made that incredible run in the Division III College World Series. And you saw the highlights, and it is amazing. So Jacob's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. The
Excellent.
school found out they were going to shut down. And I mean, can you imagine that? And you do college baseball. An amazing story, captured the hearts of everybody, what they were going through, knowing in March before the season even started. And the coach comes up, Jay Weisberg, and says, the school's shutting down. Go out there and have some fun, I guess. I mean, it's an amazing story.
Yeah, that's a movie, man. That's something that Kevin Costner has to make after his 12-hour Western epic. But
Yeah.
no, I think I'd love to see, I'd love to hear more about that, Pete. I think that's one thing that I'll be watching later when you have Jacob on. As a Division III guy, I went to Ithaca College and broadcast the College World Series when I was in college. I mean, those guys can play. There's no question. They're terrific. They're not far behind Division I. A lot of them are Division I players. They just got lost in the shuffle.
Yep.
So, and I'm sure Jacob Zito is one of those guys. So, yeah, if that doesn't tug at your heartstrings, I don't know what will.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of tugging, ESPN's doing a lot of tugging about the Dallas Mavericks, and I like it. It's almost like the Celtics are. I mean, it's like what they've accomplished, or they've underachieved because they haven't done this. If I hear one more narrative about Jason Tatum, how about the one? Did it get headline? I'm sure this is the kind of shit that happens that they'll spend 4 hours in some of the shows up in Boston because they feel Jason Tatum didn't clap hard enough for Jaylen Brown after he won the Larry Bird Trophy as the ECF MVP. See, that's the kind of minutia crap that I do not miss. That's the kind of stuff that a lot of these shows nationally, someone focus on a meter, it's just so ridiculous. So much more to talk about. Now it's all about, will Kyrie Irving be affected by the booze at the Garden? I would rather hear that because he's done horrible since he's left, over 10. But I think he's a different player now than he was. I think his emotions are different now than they were. I don't recognize what I'm hearing out of his mouth because it sounds very professional and very un-Kyrie-like. So, but these narratives that ESPN is coming up with, an NBA Live, it's just like they're focusing on the wrong stuff.
Well, they got a lot of hours to fill, as you know, Pete, which is what we used to do every day at WEEI. I got 4 hours to fill, so you're always looking for some controversial element. I couldn't stand Kyrie when he was here.
Nobody could.
Beyond the pale with his anti-Semitic comments. Everything that came out of his mouth was the wrong call. You're right. Someone got to him, whether it was his father, Dredrick, who played at BU. Who knows who it was? Maybe a colleague, maybe LeBron James. I have no idea. But yes, he sounds like a different guy. There's no doubt he's talented. He's the Kyrie now that the Celtics thought they were going to get. He had his moments here when he was that. But, that's, I guess, the lightning rod. I mean, what would they be doing if it was Denver? Jokic versus Al Horford? I mean, I have no idea.
No, they focus on the fact that Denver won 2 very close games against the Celtics and went 2-0 against them. What I have not seen yet is how the Celtics dismantled the Mavericks by 28 points at one point, beat them twice. I mean, I know regular season, postseason, different thing. But I haven't seen any highlights of the Celtics dismantling that team, which they did twice this year, once by 28 at the Garden. No highlight, nothing. I guarantee you, if Dallas had done that to the Celtics, it'd be all over the place.
It's clearly a different narrative. And they think Boston, people are sick of Boston. People are sick of the big market. I mean, okay, but turn the tables. Like, have you talked about the Stanley Cup Finals at all? Edmonton, and I know you're Florida Panthers, but are you kidding me? You want to talk about a nightmare for the NHL? Edmonton and Florida?
Yeah, but you have one of the best players. You have arguably the best player in the game, and Connor McDavid playing for Edmonton. Right. I think it's going to be okay. The fact that they don't have to go up against the NBA Finals as opposed to the Stanley Cup Final, you have to teach that in broadcasting school.
Yes.
I'll be watching. I think it's going to be a hell of a series. I mean, I'm a hockey guy, but I think there are plenty of superstars in that series. In Florida is so well coached, Paul Maurice, and they play very Bruins-like.
They're what the Bruins should be.
Yeah. Well, they overachieved this year. The Bruins overachieved this year. There's no question about it. But if you're a hockey fan, you got to love Florida Panthers. You got to love Sam Bennett, a guy like that, pain in the ass to Bruins fans. I get it, but he's the kind of guy that everybody wants on their team.
They have a bunch of guys like that. But no, you're right about the Mavericks narrative. There's no question about that. The thing that's bothering me, Pete, about this series, and I'm sure you've talked about this, is the layoff. The layoff for the Celtics could be brutal. Like that drives me nuts, and I hope that's not the case. I hope this group seems to be different. I know they're 12-2.
They had a good layoff before the previous series too in Indiana. I did 5, right? Didn't have 5 days off for that too. Well, the Knicks in Indiana went 7. I mean,
this is lengthy though. That's the one blip I'm seeing here in the next couple nights. It should be tonight. It should have been last night. It should have been Sunday. Whatever. We're all waiting for this with anticipation. I know you're coming up here to spend $13,000 on low sheets.
Yeah, please. No. I'm actually going on a cruise on Friday, so I'll be at sea. I'll be at sea in the Bahamas and Key West, watching the games as they start at 10 o'clock at night. They say 8:30. We all know it's going to be 9. Last couple minutes here. Here's the other thing that bothers me. Kendrick Perkins, I swear to God, I dislike him more and more every time he speaks. He said this yesterday on NBA Live Meter. He says the Celtics fans better not give Kyrie Irving any shit, basically. Otherwise, he could go off, and you don't want to piss off. Imagine a guy who played in the NBA telling NBA fans not to boo or try to rattle somebody, not throwing shit at him, but to rattle him on the floor. I couldn't believe what's coming out of his mouth. I couldn't believe it. Now, thank God there were some others there that brought Bill back. Kendrick Perkins talking about Celtics fans shouldn't boo or give everybody any ammunition. It's ridiculous. I hope they boo Doncic and Kyrie Irving every time they touch the ball, and they will. They're not going to back off.
No, Kyrie's going to get it. I was at Fenway a week ago. They already had the Kyrie. I'm going to walk outside Fenway Park, outside the Monster. They already had the Kyrie Sucks T-shirts printed. So, all right. It's bringing you back to, the beat LA days.
Yeah.
Those were there. So I thought that was great. I didn't even think the Mavericks had clinched yet, but they had him out. So he's going to get it. He'll get it every single time he touches the ball. I don't know about Luka. Luka, to me, you have to respect his talent. He's the best player in the series. No, in my mind, no question. And I'd say Brown's second and Tatum's third at the moment. But Luka, you have to respect him. I don't think he'll get much, but Kyrie's going to get it.
And quickly, only have a few seconds here because Jacob's going to be joining us. But here's the thing about Doncic. He plays defense about 0.1% of the time. Watch the plus-minus numbers in this series with him on the floor. Watch those very closely.
Agreed.
They may put up 30, but I want to see how they're going to contain the Celtics and their bench too. And Porzingis, if he's reasonably healthy, he's going to light them up. And everybody on that starting five can shoot threes. And Dallas is not. Dallas wins a game or two, but the Celtics are a better team. Top to bottom, they are a better team. And certainly with Porzingis in the lineup, they're a better team. They're a better defensive team. And that's why they're going to win the series in 6.
Yeah, there's no question. It's going to be 6 or 7. I wouldn't surprise me to go 7.
No, me either.
You know me. I've been a little weary of this team all year. Mm-hmm. I call them strange. I call them bizarre 64-win team because they have those lapses. But, credit to what they've done. They've had an easy road, but they've taken advantage of it.
All right, Meter, all the best. You are the best. And let's talk again, when I get back from vacation. We'll talk after that.
Boy, I thought I had it easy. Cruising with Pete Sheppard.
Yeah. Fun for the whole family. All right, Meter.
Enjoy, Pete.
All right. You're the best. Thanks a lot. Chat Meter Perel. All right. Quick break. And then when we come back, Jacob Zito is going to join me from the Birmingham Southern Panthers Division III baseball stud that he is. Will be joining me to talk about an incredible journey that he's had right here on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
All right, yeah, we're gonna cut the break. We're gonna cut the break short because Jacob Zito is joining us here. He just popped on. Meter ran a little long, but that's all right. Jacob, my man, I don't even know where to begin. The Birmingham Southern Panthers, your Division III World Series run, incredible. I was just talking with John Meter-Perel, back up in Boston, a friend of mine who covers college baseball as well, played broadcast games when he was at Ithaca, Division III, stuff like that. Now, I know for a fact that you are a Division I talent, and you probably could have done a lot of things. Before we get into the incredible story about when you found out the school was going to be closed in March, tell me how you got to Birmingham Southern.
No, I played junior college in Central Alabama for 3 years, and I stumbled across Birmingham Southern. My girlfriend actually went there, and I got a feel for the campus. I was there the last week when she was about to graduate, and I just fell in love with it. It's beautiful on top of the hilltop. It's great scenery, and as I was looking at the baseball field, I saw on the outfield wall that there was numerous championships from early 2000s till now, and that's something that you always want to be a part of. You don't want to. You want to go to a winning program. You want to win some games. So that played a huge factor of me going over there.
Well, I mean, your dad, Jeff, is a good friend and one of my favorite people in the world. And maybe not quite like Tiger Woods' dad, but man, when I first met you about 8 years ago, I think you were setting up one of my remotes.
Yeah, I remember that. I still remember that.
Some event down here in Southwest Florida. You were fantastic, but I think you might have still been in high school then. You were a phenomenal high school player. Yeah, you were in high school then, and then I know you had offers to play, or you were. I thought it was thought that I want to say Stetson was a place that maybe you would thought about going to, or Division I. But was it difficult for you not to pursue at the time any Division I dreams, and just how you ended up even not playing Division II but Division III, and ended up being a total blessing in disguise, right?
It's everybody's dream to play Division I, but as you progress through college, you figure out that every single level is very closely related.
Yes.
So, at the end of the day, I wouldn't trade my experiences for the world. I've had a great time. I've overcame a lot of things coming up through junior college and Division II, Division III, you name it. So no, I'm happy at the route that I took, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Do you have any eligibility left? Honestly,
I do have one more year, but I don't know if I'm going to take it. I think.
Well, can you go to the Miami Hurricanes, please? My Hurricanes. The fact that they didn't even fucking make the goddamn tournament this year, I mean, just ridiculous. Well, it actually did make it to the semifinals of the ACC, but I would ask you to go to that program if you feel like it. Just me being selfish. All right. It's the beginning. Your great coach, Jay Weisberg, right, who has had tremendous success, obviously, since he took over the program there in 2007 at Birmingham Southern. What was that like the first day of practice? I played his comments on this show the other day. When did you find out the school was going to shut down? Right before baseball started, or did you know like 6 months in advance?
Well, last year the whole story was, the school was going to close down, and our president Daniel Coleman, he got to work right away, and he ended up finding some funding that would allow us to stay open for this year. So that was always in the air. It was definitely a possibility, but it popped up again last fall, and we didn't hear anything about it for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ish. And then, spring break comes along and boom, Jan lays it down on it like a hammer on us. And, it was just, it wasn't, we weren't expecting it. We were halfway through our season, getting ready to go on spring break, go to Pensacola and play the team we actually just lost to in the College World Series. But,
Wisconsin Whitewater.
yeah, Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yeah.
It's a good team. It's a damn good team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but what was it like the first day of practice back in March?
It wasn't what you'd expect it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the guys were finally, all the weight was lifted off of their shoulders. People could, appreciate each other's friendship and, freedom and swings just started opening up. We got in the cages like literally right after he laid the news on us. I think he canceled practice, actually, just let us hit in the cage. We had a game the next day, but you can already see like an immediate impact in the swings and just in general. Nobody was thinking about statistics. They're just thinking about one more day with each other. So.
It's unbelievable. And then, maybe just to take out your frustrations on the ball, I'm sure that helped a little bit. So as the season progressing, I know he basically said, just go out there and be yourselves, have fun type of thing. But as the season progressed, did you notice, could you feel like something special was happening even before the postseason started?
Honestly, no. It was just like an everyday type of deal.
Mhm.
I know people have heard that we went 19-4 after we were 13-10.
Mhm.
I didn't really realize that until the last couple of weeks when we started getting this national attention, and it kind of made some sense. I looked back on it and I was like, wow, like we actually played pretty well. And I think it was all kind of we were blinded by the two losses we had in the conference tournament play into Rhodes, and we didn't really understand how special this team could have been. But when we got that at large bid, we made sure to make the best of it and treat every day like it was our last.
And you guys certainly did. It had to be really cool to see Stanford Steve the other night on Scott Van Pelt's show with the jersey
Yeah,
on,
that was cool.
and all of that stuff. And you guys, man, you particularly, take me to that, because every time, and as I follow you on Facebook and your dad and everything else, so I see a lot of your video highlights. Every time the ball touches the bat when you swing, I feel like it's going out of the park. I mean, you have a tremendous eye, you have tremendous power, and certainly that big 2-run triple you had over the weekend as a pinch hitter. Talk to me about that thought process. What was that like? Was your heart beating like a million miles a minute?
No, every ball player lives for those moments. I really do, especially. I love coming up in the ninth inning and being the guy. I never have nerves coming up
Yeah.
throughout, and especially during this whole entire tournament. I was just really happy that I could play one more day with these guys, and I'd ask around too. Like, you guys nervous during the regional, and they were like, no, not at all. And I was like, ooh, it's kind of weird, guys playing with no butterflies in their stomachs, just going out there and having fun with the guys. But my hand was actually injured this weekend, and I didn't get that start because of
Yeah.
that. And coach told me to just be ready whenever. And so I would stay loose, and I got up there in the ninth inning, or what was it? Yeah, it was the eighth or ninth inning.
Yep.
And Ian Hancock and Banks got
Yep.
on, and I was
Yep.
looking for my pitch and went with it.
You think I mean, as soon as you hit, I thought it was gone.
Yeah, me too.
But were you thinking? Unlike some others who watch, as we see so many times, you hustled all the way. Were you thinking 3 in the moment the ball went off the bat?
Always. There's nothing better than a triple. So even if it goes over, at least I'm already on 2 when the ball's over the fence. Makes it run a little shorter.
That had to be. You talk about clutch. Unbelievable. And then you guys won it on the dramatic 2. And then people forget that game. You guys were up in that game too.
We were up 4-0, and they ended up kind of inching back. Everybody at this late in the season, they got a little fight to them. They want it just as bad as us.
No question. And then, of course, the heartbreak at the end. You had a lead in the last game too, as well, against Wisconsin Whitewater, and then that had to be. I'm watching it. I'm like, oh God,
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Otherwise, I mean, but still, it doesn't take anything away from the fairy tale season that you guys had. You were a big part of it, and I'm glad you brought up the injury because I was like, why isn't Jacob started? I didn't know. I didn't know you were hurt.
Yeah,
I
I've
didn't
been
know.
dealing with it the last couple of weeks. I have no idea what it is. So.
And you normally played left field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, what about also, well, your season's going on. Then there's graduation. I'm sure you had friends that you graduated, but I saw people lining up on the baseball field, and what was that like watching your friends who were going to graduate but didn't really have a school to go back to? That'd be just heartbreaking.
It was we had our own special graduation before we
Yeah.
left for the super regionals. So it was me and the 9, 10, 11 other seniors, and I think that was a better graduation than the one I could walk on stage and grab my this. It would be the same exact thing,
Yeah.
but I did it with my brothers at the field, where I wanted to be. So people in my family were a little upset that I wasn't going to be able to walk on graduation. Thought that I'd never really understand that experience, but if I could do it again, I would definitely be on a diamond than a stage.
But I think Marty and McGee on the SEC network wanted to adopt you. I
Yeah.
mean, and those guys are great. I mean,
They are.
it's great the coverage that you. It's great the coverage that you got. Well deserved all over all these shows, and you guys were the talk. It really is. It's probably good. I'm serious. It should be a Netflix or some documentary at 30 for 30 on ESPN. Absolutely should be.
Just wait until you see what the guys are really like. It'll get you guys will really have that connection afterwards. We got some good ones.
All right, so you graduated, but you still have a year of eligibility left.
Mhm.
So, what are your aspirations? Do you want to continue your baseball career somewhere, or hopefully get? Would you aspire to get a major league tryout or something, or what are you?
Like if that opportunity came up, like yeah, sure. Like I can at least say, I tried, I did it, I did my best. I could have, I did it at the very end. But I'm at the same time, I don't really see it getting much better than this. These guys are special, these coaches are special, and I don't think I could ever get the feelings and emotions that I've had the last couple of weeks and with this team. So I think I want to just pursue a career in sports in some way. I don't know. I got a business degree. I'm not opposed to coaching. I'm going to use these next couple of months to really dial it in and figure it out. But I know I have a love for sports, so I'm on the right track there.
What has Coach Jay Weisberg meant to you? What specifically, whether it's baseball or life lessons, what's something that you always remember him for?
It, the way he makes you respond to adversity. The easy thing is to just throw in the towel, but this guy was relentless, and the 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 relationships that he built up with us too, man, it's something special, and I'm really glad that we did have this documentary series so you could really see how he is as a person as well, because he is a great person, and I wouldn't trade anything than to go to Birmingham Southern. That was a dream come true to me, probably the greatest decision I've ever made, and I look up to Jan. He's just one of my guys, always going to be there for me.
That's great, and also your fans and not just the kids, but everybody. You captured the hearts and souls of the entire community. Was it always that way for following your team?
We have a strong following. We have a very dedicated fan base. Even before the announcement that the school was closing, we've always had a solid fan base. But with the situation going on, it created even more. Obviously, everybody was trying to get out to the last one. It's always a fun environment to be a part of, and Jan does a good job at making that happen. But it was a really good time the last couple of weeks for sure, no doubt.
Well, before I let you go, the one thing I know your dad's unfortunately a Yankee fan. That's his only bad quality. But other than that, did you grow up a Yankee fan too because of your dad?
I am a Yankee fan.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'll give you a pass. I don't give him a pass. But nothing would please me more than at least you get a call by my beloved Red Sox, which I only live 2 miles from JetBlue now down here in Fort Myers, and at least have you take a shot at the other green monster down here. I would, man. You think you're going to get? You think you're going to get some calls? Have you gotten some calls? Have you got any nibbles from anybody else? What about other colleges? You must have gotten nibbles from other colleges.
And they probably see that I'm 24 years old, and they're telling me the same thing I'm telling myself. No, but if it comes up, I haven't had anything come up, but if it comes up, we'll see what happens. I'll take
Just
it.
show up.
Yeah, just show up.
Just look what's his name? Willie Mays Hayes, and
Yeah.
just show up, and
Yeah.
It's
the worst that can happen.
That's it. You do push-ups for hitting the pop flies in the batting cage instead of ground.
Oh man,
Jacob, so proud of you. Can't tell you, and I'm glad followed a lot of your career through your dad's posts and everything else. I'm so happy for you, and I know nothing but good things are going to come your way. So keep up the great work, and congratulations on a phenomenal year. And I really hope take my seat straight out. That's my my Hurricanes, one of my Hurricane shirts. So if you should, I'm sure if you call down there, they would happily give you at the very least a walk-on tryout. Because
maybe I'll give them an email.
I think they're better than half the players on the team. So, but if not, I know you're going to be successful. All right, let's see. Jeff, your dad.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, just your dad texts in. Get off my car insurance.
I finally have time to make that happen now.
Well, I mean, you should be getting. See, another reason why you should keep playing. First of all, you're a handsome kid. You got all the tools. You look like a professional baseball player when you're at the plate. There's got to be some nil money out there for you. Got to be. There's got to be. After what you've done, your appearances on SportsCenter and Marty and McGee and everything else, right? There's got to be some nil money out there.
I'm hoping something comes my way.
Get some endorsements. Your father's a great agent. Jeff's a great agent for you. He knows a lot of people in the entertainment.
He does.
Get the man some money.
They can help him out.
Yes, he's in the wonderful world of programming radio stations. It's really fun for the whole family. He's one of the best. Jeff's one of the best. And Jacob, you're one of the best too. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes. I don't know if Angel, if you wanted to ask Jacob anything before he goes. Otherwise, I know you're busy. But Jeff says he only charges 10%. All right. I can't hear Angel. So Jacob, I wrote 1 second, I guess. There he is.
Yeah. Okay. If I ask something off screen and everybody else can't hear me, but Jacob, you just mentioned, right, because you have your degree and congratulations to all your success. Hopefully you will get a call. And as Pete mentioned, Florida, let's just throwing it out there. Phillies, right? If you want to play for them, by all means, Clearwater, they have a good team down there. Yeah, I'll try and get someone to come your way. But no, listen, I hope that you really do. If you make it to the majors, like you said, being a coach, also, by any means, if you have any aspirations as well to becoming a co-host on here on Riptide, you can do that in the process of what you're looking for as far as in life. But listen, I do hope you guys really get either a movie or as Pete had mentioned, something on Netflix, because it is inspirational of what you guys have done. And I think everybody needs to see and hear your journeys. And it would be great, though, if they're going to do it, they really need to do it with you guys, individually, but as a team effort where it shows from being a young child up to where you guys are now, because that's what we need to see a lot more, is that the stories that we don't get to see and hear, because we're not with you guys every single day. But I'm very happy and I'm proud of at least of what you have accomplished so far. You're still young, which is a great thing. Even though he did mention Florida, I won't hold it against Pete. I'm not a Hurricanes fan, but if anything, go up to Penn State. If anything else, it gets a little chilly up that way. But no,
no Big Ten. No.
See, that's already going to be the debate. So you can come back and debate with us, Jacob, at any time. But no, I just hope that they really do something for you guys, because that is quite the journey. We talked about movies this morning, like Field of Dreams and stuff, but it would be great to see the story of you guys as a team and, as basically as university as a whole, so everybody can kind of share everything that went on leading up to when you guys got the news last year, which I'm pretty sure that had to be extremely difficult.
It was, and I'm excited that we got that opportunity to put it all out there and for each and everybody to see. It's going to be, I don't know exactly what the timetable is going to be, and I don't know where it's going to be, but all I know is that it's going to capture America again, and it's going to be a ride again. It's going to be fun to watch.
All right, Jacob. I'm sure you've got a lot of media requests.
I do.
I know you do, and rightly so. So go make use of your time, and thank you so much for just taking a few minutes. And I know a couple of days after, I don't have to tell you. You just hold your head up high. That it was an amazing run. Something I'm going to remember. It's right up there with one of the great feel good stories of my lifetime. It really is. And the fact that I know your dad and get to know you a little bit makes it even more special. So all the best the rest of the way. You're going to do great things.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Thanks, Jacob.
Welcome. That's Jacob Zito.
I can't wait for the movie. I think it would be a phenomenal movie, honestly.
Who should play Jacob in the movie?
Brad Pitt.
Yeah, a little too. We need a younger.
Uh,
No, we'll figure that out because it's a handsome kid. He's got all the tools. Great athlete, obviously, and it's funny because he skies over his father, Jeff. Skies over him as far as height and everything.
Although look-wise, if they need a stunt double, gas pump guy could end up being his stunt double.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm sure we know somebody. But that is, again, thanks to Jacob Zito from Birmingham, Southern Panthers, Division III World Series run that they had and nearly won the whole thing. It was an inspiring story. So any comments on that? 727-858-6650. Thanks to Jeff Zito for chiming in as well here on the Pete Sheppard Show on the Riptide Media Network. It's been awesome. Meanwhile, what else have we got? Yeah, I'm trying to think of the actor who could play Jacob, and I think Jay Weisberger's coach. He's another one. He'll get offers. Obviously, he's run a very successful program at Division III. He will get offers to coach somewhere else, and I hope Jacob extends his baseball career because the kid can flat out play. There's no question about it. And I think baseball is the one sport where you can be a community college, or you can be a D1 program, and the community college can win. You don't see that in a lot of sports, but it can happen in baseball. Baseball is one of the most unpredictable sports you can have. And all it takes is to have a couple of studs on the community college team. And a lot of the community college teams are so good. I mean, they're excellent. There are a lot of kids that could have probably gone to play Division I, but maybe didn't feel like on the depth chart they were going to be there. So they either go to community college, or they go to D2 or D3. And as Jacob, pointed out, the talent level is not that much different. It really isn't. It really isn't. And I think he could play D1 if he wanted to extend his career. But he's had an incredible journey from junior college to Division III and doing this. It's been phenomenal. So congratulations once again to Jacob Zito. With his business degree, he will do great. Any comments I haven't read yet, Angel, up here?
I was just about to bring it up. His gas pump guy says, I'll be a stunt double for sure for Jacob. And then he says, great interview. I feel like I'm connected to that story.
Yeah, and that's what, like I said, I can't believe it. Seems like yesterday Jacob was setting up he was still in high school, a great baseball player, and I knew I thought he was going to play D1. And whoever didn't sign him missed out on the great opportunity, not because he's just a great baseball player. He was also a very nice young man as well, very courteous and respectful. And I don't know how that happened since I know Jeff so well. I'm kidding. but
No,
anyway.
it is cool because, again, he does seem very, very respectable for sure. But it's hopefully things will work the way they're supposed to in life, that someone will see it. They'll give him an opportunity. I know it's kind of tough. Like he said, he still has a year eligibility left. And if he takes it, it's great. If not, maybe, I mean, you look at the minor league teams down here in Florida alone, between Clearwater and Tarpon, they're always looking for young coaches because they're looking to move up the coach that's currently on the farm team to continuously move up to single A, double A, and triple A.
Yeah, I think if Jacob wants to pursue coaching, I think that he would be a great fit. I know how much he loves baseball. And it's refreshing to see because there's not a lot of young people. I mean, I'm hoping that story inspires some other kids to, keep playing baseball and not soccer. Not that, look, if anybody's outside, that's fine with me. I'm kidding. I mean, but there's that narrative out there that soccer players play soccer at a young age because they can't play baseball. Some of that's true. There's no question about it. Some of it's true. But a lot of it is the sport is just too damn slow for kids. I never felt that way about it. I mean, I feel that way now as an adult, even though it's gotten better. But when I was a kid playing, I wanted the games to go on forever.
Yeah.
If I went to a professional game, I wanted the games at Fenway to go on forever. If I was playing, we would play till the sun went down and we were getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. I didn't want to stop. But I understand any exercise, anything out there for the kids, anything that they're that they're moving around and not playing on their phone or video games. By the way, in my neighborhood yesterday, I'm coming back for doing a couple of errands after the show. What is it? Those electric scooters, remember the ones where they weren't electric when we had scooters, and you're it's kind of like a skateboard with handlebars. That's what it is. This young girl, she couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 years old on her scooter, one-handed, looking at her phone at the same time, and then drifting right into the middle of the road. It's a good thing I was at a stop sign. Not that they would have hit her because I see this stuff all the time. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You can't take 30 seconds to a minute and not be on your phone at a young age. And these parents, I'm telling you, and I don't have kids, so I'm not, but these 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds with phones in their hands while they're on bicycles and on scooters, I don't know what you guys are thinking out there. I really don't. Or maybe you don't realize it's going on. But anyway, that's my little...
That's okay, because that's pretty much where I was going to start to show off at what pretty much, and Philly has used the word irk, what irks you. That was going to be the beginning part of the show because, that's what it is. It's people just not paying attention. And these young kids, I don't get it either. I mean, I'm just fortunate during our time, that's not what we had because they can't, I don't know what it is. They just can't get off. And it's worse that the parents will just hand them off like from a very young age. Here, that shuts them up. I'm like, no, before the way we got shut up was go outside and play, or here's a board game or something else. Not anymore.
Yeah. I think Sebastian Maniscalco had a great line. He goes, my father walked into the room one day. I was 7. He was like, go start a business. Or the other thing was, no, my parents didn't have to tell me to get out of the house. Because like I said, we played baseball all the time. But I remember being at other kids' house and they're just like, no, you're not coming inside. Stay outside. Doesn't matter. Drink out of the faucet, play ball, do whatever it is, get dirty, do wheelies, do ridiculous Fonzie jumps over garbage cans or people, whatever it was you were doing with your Huffy Thunder roads. And no helmet and no knee and elbow pads either. And if you flipped over your handlebars, you shake it off and you that's the way it was. We didn't have knee pads and our bikes and elbow pads and helmets. And we did the most outrageous, stupid things you could ever possibly do, like climbing wood chip piles and having your friends line up underneath a mini ramp, and you jump over them.
Yep.
And hopefully you made it. If you didn't make it, you're going to wipe out. Anyway, we digress. All right. So Martinez Company coming up right after the show in just a few minutes, and then middays with Q from noon to 1 p.m. with Rich Quinones. So Angel, you have what's coming up? Anything you want to promote coming up on your show in just a few minutes?
No, other than that's where we're pretty much going to start off the show with what bothers you, and then we'll roll into the news stories of the morning, of the day so far, and whatever happened throughout the overnight. And then Ron was going to be on with me tomorrow, but I think I'm going to have him on for Thursday because as we get ready to kick off the NBA finals. Huh?
Who said Ron?
Ron Briscoe.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. You had him on yesterday, right?
Yeah. So we had a great time with Ron. But obviously very knowledgeable when it comes to basketball. So he'll be back with me on Thursday as we get ready to launch into the basketball stratosphere. And still no sight of the commissioner. I've never seen it this long. What happened to him?
I don't know. I'm expecting him to be in Boston on Thursday night at the Garden, but who knows? So I want to thank John Mina Perel. Wanted to thank Jacob Zito. And I had something else to say, but coming up tomorrow, Bill Sparrows will join me at 8:30 for his weekly visit from the senior betting analyst at bookies.com. We'll get his thoughts on where the action is going in the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final. Also, Joey B says, good morning, Pete and Angel. Good morning, Joey B. And also tomorrow, are we going to have Rich going to join the show at 9:30 tomorrow? Rich Quinones. Is he going to be able to join the show? Is that what we're planning on 9:30 tomorrow morning?
I'll make sure it happens.
Okay, that will happen. And we will have probably somebody from the Everblades join us in the 9 o'clock hour as well as they get ready to host Game 3 of the Kelly Cup final against the Kansas City Mavericks here at Hertz Arena. I am Pete Sheppard. He is Angel Martinez. Keep it right here on the Riptide Media Network because Martinez Company coming up and then middays with Q as well. All part of this wonderful network. It's the Riptide Media Network. I'm back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Have a great and safe rest of your Tuesday, everybody. Bye-bye.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Feels good to see the world getting loose. Feels good to see know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I'm 2 plus 2, I'm for sure. You down, I'm down, baby, let's go. You stop, you drop, baby, then roll. You twerk, you pop, booty so swole. I'd hate me too if I were you. And when it comes to billions, I'll take 2. It's only one life, you don't get 2. So live life, don't let it live you.
I got a pocket full of $100 bills. Put on a jacket, cause these diamonds give you chills. 2 shots are running, 2 out, I'm starting tonight. Tonight, yeah. Look in the mirror, I'm like, who the hell is he? So many whips and cribs, I'm losing track of keys. Ooh, up to something, ooh, yeah, I love it, alright. Alright.
Yeah, I'm drinking out the bottle. Get loose, hanging with supermodels. Get loose, feel like I hit the lotto. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good.
And once again, I say it every single morning. I don't know about you, but I know I'm feeling good. Good morning, and welcome to Martinez Company here right after Pete Sheppard Show. Pete on from 7 to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Don't forget to download the app and on the Riptide Media Network. I am Angel Martinez. Welcome to the show. You can hear me live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12 here on the network, of course, on the app as well. Were those who are just new to the show, used to be from 6 to 8 p.m. Now, of course, it's on from 10 to 12. You guys will hear me saying that up until the end of the week. And then by now, or at least by then, you guys will be used to it. By the way, as the show went off air, Gas Pump Guy had put in that he used to have a Schwinn bike with the gear shifter in the middle and big tire on the back and small on the front. I used to have what was known, and again, by Huffy. For those who don't know, you can kind of look it up and see. I used to have what's called look just like a chopper, like a regular chopper you see today, a regular bike with the actual motor in between your legs there. But when I was in Springfield, Massachusetts, I had friends who lived on the block there, and they used to call me Chopper because of the bike and the way it looked. And those are things you just enjoy as a kid, as a child, growing up. It was just one of those fun things, and it's kind of neat where some of these bikes now, obviously, you have the ones that are electric. So you can zoom around town. Of course, you can pedal and all the good fun stuff. But it's always great to relive like memories. You guys heard us talking about, baseball stories when we were growing up. Again, the same thing. If you lived up north, you had stickball, which is basically a half a ball that was cut out. And you had whatever it was, broomstick, whatever you can get your hand on. Most of the time, usually was a broomstick to challenge yourself, because why use a baseball bat for the half stick of a ball? And it's the reason why it was called stickball. You just take a wooden stick and try to smack the crap out of the half ball. So anybody who wants to share their stories, by all means, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And of course, you can make your comments here on the social medias, except for Facebook. Once again, the Facebook police are out there because they blocked our show because I do have a music license. But if I play a video, God forbid, it's Gloria Estefan to get everybody into the mood here. Facebook says, no, that's it. I'm stopping you. So this is why you guys hear me rant and rave about Facebook all the time, because of the nonsense they end up doing, which is perfect, because I want to talk about as far as what irks you. And one thing that definitely irks me, it's a saying that we have up in Philly. I don't understand. Like Facebook, you guys have better things to do to monitor and do all their nonsense. But because we want to have fun in the morning, and because I want to play a video, because I try to get it where if Pete can't hear the music coming back from commercial or something else, he has to refresh. So if I play a video, at least then I know Pete can see and hear what's going on. So Facebook decided this morning to put the kibosh on it and like, no, we don't want you guys to have fun. We'll stop it. But the reason why I bring it up as well, because it's the same way. You guys heard, if you missed it, in case you're tuning in, welcome. But, you have people who troll. Let's call it for what it is. You have people who troll, and they have nothing else better to do, because you have to have a creative bone in your body to be able to do, I don't care if it's radio, TV, whatever the case may be. And on TV, in actuality, minus the sports anchors, because they still have to produce their own content. But for the most part, it's written for you. I don't have interns. I don't have, a whole office working for me. It's me and my lovely producer, Debbie, which, she listens to make sure that the feed sounds good. And if something sounds weird, she'll come back and tell me. Other than that, it's yours truly. So I love when people they can't do something for themselves. And so either they have to make a comment or they act like they were creative enough to come up with something on their own, which, they haven't. And, if you want to talk politics, that's one thing. Go on, make, a political show. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty sure there's tons of people. I mean, years ago, I used to listen to G. Gordon Liddy and, Rush Limbaugh. I used to listen to those guys because I've always loved talk radio. It's always been a thing. But, there's a time and place for it. And if you want to create, a conservative network station, go do so. You can do whatever you want to, but just don't try and troll people or then act like you have original material. And it's not your material. For all intents and purposes, it's not. Pete is very good in the morning. Him and I go at it, back and forth as far as not a bad thing, obviously. We like to share ideas off and spin off each other. And that's how we make things work in the morning. Then to lead off here with Martinez Company. And then I'm fortunate enough now to hand it off to Q, Rich Quinones, the midday show, Middays with Q, from 12 to 1. And thankfully, he went from doing just Tuesday and Thursday. We did the soft launch last week, and now he's on Monday through Friday. So all these things happen for a reason. But you work your butt off to make things happen. Just like I like to share it out on LinkedIn. You'll hear people say that, why do you put it on LinkedIn? I get people that send me messages on LinkedIn and it makes no sense. Well, maybe that's the case with you. I put it on LinkedIn because it's something that's rarely done. And so it's a new element that, and again, this is where someone else will take the idea and run with it, but it's something that at least the folks listen on LinkedIn is mostly business professionals that are on there. People like to reach out. And are there people that, yes, will they reach out to you and, for $10, I'll give you 10,000 followers, or your content is good, but I can do this for only $100, an hour. Okay, that's great. I'm not paying you for it, but that's great. My thing too, when you have people want to disagree, that's what life is all about. We're opinionated. We have, we can learn to agree or disagree with each other, but that's what makes life fun. But when you're constantly trying to bring people down, or you just want to troll, or you think their network isn't good enough, or people just want to think maybe you should jump from here to there and there to there, that stuff doesn't work either. It's better just to figure out what is your niche, what you can do, how you can entertain people, and keep it rolling. I like to have fun. I keep saying it all the time. I enjoy myself. I enjoy my friends. I enjoy the people in my circle. And more importantly, I enjoy my fiance, because if it wasn't for her, all this stuff, wouldn't come to fruition, because I started, and I'll have to bring up the picture. Maybe I'll bring it up tomorrow. My $5 set. And it started with just, pieces of green paper behind me, a lamp, literally a crate, and my old laptop. Since then, thankfully, I've been able to upgrade. Again, thanks to my beautiful fiance because of it. But that's how it started. And that's all it takes. I know there's people that look every single day for millions upon millions of followers, or, I only got one like. Yes, if I get one, terrific. If I haven't get more than one, it's even a better day. And if I don't get any, so be it. At least I put it out there and see people want to share their opinions or something else in between. So, it's about having fun. Enjoy the journey. Just have fun with life. All this, the hatred and talking about different things, it's enough to drive you bananas. Just like now, all of a sudden, they want to talk about the WNBA. And by the way, folks, I to explain certain things to certain people, we come from different ethnicities. There is only one race, which is the human race. And I know people saying, well, what race do you belong to? Well, I don't know, car race, something on the ground, whatever the case may be. There is one race. It is a human race. We should all learn how to get along and everything else. But if you keep using ethnicities and people keep talking about, oh, the whole world is racist, then keep believing that. Am I saying that the racism doesn't exist? No, I'm not saying that by any means. But because you had to explain something, and then you throw in, Pete this morning, he brought up the video with Shannon Sharp and obviously with Stephen A. And he talked about, you have Monica talking about the ladies that play in the WNBA and the female athletes in general. And then he's quick to throw in there, try to be a black man. Do we have to go that route? She's explaining one thing completely different. And by the way, Stephen A., in case you don't realize, obviously Monica is a black woman, but it's neither here nor there. Because the whole entire thing is, if you want to present a case, present your case because of what the topic is at hand. But people are so quick to throw that ethnicity card. It's quick. It's happened to me before. I don't care. I was down in Fort Bragg. When I was on my way to Fort Bragg, I went home after jump school and I grabbed my Camaro and made my way down to Fort Bragg. And I was in the right route, what used to be called before Vietnam, which is Fayetteville, North Carolina. I don't know if it still has a nickname or not, but that's what it was called back in the day. But I got lost on the way heading to Fort Bragg. There was a sign that basically told me, yep, it's pretty much this way. And that's the route that I was going. But then in between, it wasn't there. So I stopped by a nice convenience store, which was called at the time, and I'm pretty sure it's no longer there, 10,000 Prices and More. I walked in, had my military uniform on because I had a report to obviously Fort Bragg. And the guy wouldn't say a word to me. He just looked at me like I had, 10 eyeballs or something. So I figured, okay, well, let me go buy a beverage. And I'm pretty sure that's probably the reason why he's not talking to me, because I'm not patronizing the store. So I went and grabbed some 50-cent, Coke, and I bring it up to the front. And I just simply ask, hey, am I going in the right direction to get to Post down to Fort Bragg? And I look in the mirror towards the right-hand side. Here comes a guy out with a shotgun and basically threw the N-word at me and told me, I don't talk the N's. All right. And as I told him, well, the word itself in the dictionary is a stupid person. I'm not stupid because I'm asking you for directions to get me to where it was. And then his son came from across the counter and talked to me and said, that's the way my dad was. And that's great. That's wonderful. I didn't have a problem with that. My problem was that it didn't even have to go that far. So when people are trying to explain themselves, like they were trying to talk about Cheney, it's funny to me why did they have to bring that up? That shouldn't have been part of the conversation. You didn't hear Kennedy Carter, excuse me. I don't, and I could be wrong, but I don't remember her saying anything that I attacked Caitlyn because she was white. I don't think I heard that. I could be wrong. And I'll go back and try to find stuff to see if I heard anything different. The only thing is that she didn't answer the reason why that particular evening, why she gave her more than obviously a shoulder shove that we saw Caitlyn fall to the floor. So all this stuff where people are just so fast. It's like folks who buy weapons, right? They never go to a range. They never learn how to clean the weapon. They never know how to line up their sights. Nope, I'm just going to go buy a gun somewhere and I'm just going to shoot somebody just because. In the morning, and it's always been stated, as Rick tunes in, said Rick's first channel, and said, I think I'm now able to chat on YouTube. Good morning, Angel. Good morning. And I believe it is Rick Marcus. And yes, you are now able to chat here because the feed again was stopped on Facebook. So Rick was nice enough to come up here on YouTube. He was the one that let me know because again, we try to have fun with Gloria and apparently Facebook didn't find that fun. But, I don't understand people and this whole thing when it comes down to it. If you have to live life based upon a card that you just want to throw out there just because, and forgive me if you guys are hearing some roaring in the background as they are cleaning off the sidewalks here from the landscaping crew, just doing their job there. Good morning. So, but the big thing is, I don't understand why people have to constantly throw ethnicity in a conversation. There's offices that we know that we work at. Sometimes we don't like the people that we work with, but they're part of a team and you treat them as such and you hope that you can get along with them. You're not going to get along with everybody. It's just the way the world is. You're just not. You're going to go, there's certain places like in Philly, there was a certain restaurant, loved the food, couldn't stand the people that worked there, but I never had a problem with my food either. It wasn't like it never came out raw, never came out undercooked, overcooked, none of that stuff. It's just the way they treated each other. And when you walked in there, it was a constant argument. At some points, it would be fun. Like you walk in, you were guaranteed to hear some sort of crazy rant by somebody. And then I think that's why people came to that place, because you would constantly hear them arguing. And a lot of us found it fun or funny. But you had some people that just didn't want to frequent the establishment because of the way they spoke to each other. but the food was good. I would, and for $5 for what we used to get, in a nice little styrofoam container, I mean, you couldn't beat it. It was cheaper to go into even with McDonald's now with their $5 meal. But I don't believe that Kennedy Carter stated anything. And again, I could be wrong. I don't believe she stated anything that triggered the events on First Take and how they all went by. And, with Stephen A saying he's been talking about WNBA a lot, if he did, it was probably in passing, not as much coverage as we're seeing now. Why? Because the now younger athletes that are coming out and into the WNBA are putting a better product on the court. And everybody's talking about it. Angel Reese, great player from LSU, came out there. She knew she was going to have a target on her back because of the comments and stuff that happened the final season or final year of her with Kim and how the season started. And she took some time off and ended up coming back. I don't recall even then that Angel Reese said anything or Kim about any part of any ethnicity. Whatever it was between Angel Reese and Kim and the rest of the team. Everybody knew, but also remember too that Angel Reese had thrown out there that people started talking about her like, oh, here we go again, or there was this story, there was that story. Listen to everybody. There's always three sides to every story, right? I mean, you hear it before from people and everything else. There's their side, your side, and then the truth. The same thing that you hear from, people and our parents from back in the day was that whatever happens in the dark will eventually come to light. And it's the truth. Just like the same way if people leave, one network to go to another network, either because they like if you went from Fox, for example, to maybe ABC, maybe you didn't like what Fox was doing and you had the opportunity of going to ABC. So you went to ABC. Great. That's terrific. And that's your, perspective, your prerogative for that matter, to be able to go to another network and do what you want to do. It doesn't mean that, when you leave, you go friggin' bananas or anything else, because we've seen guys have gone from ABC to Fox, have come back to ABC. We've seen guys go from ESPN, go to the NFL Network, come back to ESPN. But I don't ever recall any of those guys and girls saying the same thing about, well, they didn't like me because I was orange, or they didn't like me because I was, polka dotted, whatever the case may be. People need to stop using the ethnicity card and throwing it out there like it's candy. You got to stop it, or we're never going to progress forward as a nation. We're just not. So I just think when people wanted to throw it out there, and I'm pretty sure, Pete talked about, and I don't have the privilege of watching First Take this morning, only because obviously I'm on here, but I'll take a look afterwards. I'll take a look and see what they had to say. And everybody knows Stephen A is very controversial. It's just the way he is. A lot of people love him. A lot of people dislike him. And then you have a lot of people that are kind of like, I can either take it or leave it, one of the two. But as far as for him saying he talked about a lot of WNBA, I know I've watched a lot of Stephen A stuff, and he's talked about it in passing, but not as much as he claimed that he did with First Take. I could be wrong. Anybody else know any different? By all means, send your comments here on the social medias or send a text. Call it to the show if you'd like. 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And whatever bothers you, the phone lines are open if something bothers you. And you could be anonymous. I mean, I might be able to disguise your voice, but if you have something that you want to talk about, get it off your chest, get it off your chest. And I think that's why a lot of people too, when we see and hear things, people don't like to communicate anymore, or they have, I forgot what they call it, like social media muscles or whatever it is, because they're quickly to try to call you out on social media and not even know who you are, or they know who you are, but instead of having a conversation on a one-on-one, they want to call you out, or they want to block you because God forbid you may have said something. It's just the world. It's just, if you live and by social media, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. The best thing is to always communicate with people. Do I put on the best show for everybody? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is I love to entertain people. I love to bring up different subjects because I treat, as you guys see behind me, my company alone, Broad Street South, is sports, life, and entertainment. We're doing the same thing here at Riptide Media Network. Sports, life, and entertainment. No different than what I do on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. The same exact way. Because it's about opportunity and sharing ideas and trying to be the best, people that we can possibly be. But it's the same way with folks who get up in the morning and they get up either enraged or something else. Life is about choices. When you wake up in the morning, you choose to have a good day or a bad day. You're going to have that one phone call that's always irritating because either the person doesn't understand what you're saying or they're trying to explain or say something to you that you feel that you should hear. How many times do we get on the phone somewhere and now because of this automation and AI and blah, 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 representative. That's the biggest one, right? And do you want to order pizza? That's not what I said. I wanted representative. And then you have to say it in so many different forms and fashion or, please tell me why you're calling. And then you get to finally to where you want to be at. Would you like to speak to someone? And you tell it yes. But before that, so there are certain things, obviously, that will trigger certain parts of our brains because it gets to be annoying. But let's stop with the whole thing that we always have to throw it back to the ethnicity. Stop it. It's the human race. There's enough stuff that's going on around this world that it will literally drive you stir crazy. In the meantime, have fun, folks. That's what life is all about. Enjoying one another, reaching out to our friends, family members, maybe that we haven't spoken to in a long time, because we're not guaranteed tomorrow. We are not guaranteed the next 5 minutes. We're guaranteed the moment and whatever happened in the past. Just like you have people who, again, own guns. A gun never wakes up in the morning, says, I'm going to get out the case today. I'm going to load up the magazine. I'm going to put said rounds in magazine, and then I'm going to go out there and shoot somebody. Nope. You know who does that? The person that made that choice that morning. So when you hear about people too advocating for different things, learn, just educate yourself and have fun and enjoy it. So I just think hopefully that this whole thing with Kennedy Carter and stuff, there'll be a process moving on. The only thing I wish that she would have said just that night, pure and simple, was, listen, I was upset. I know her and Angel Reese got together and decided to finally say something. And Angel Reese saying now that she wants to, if she's got to be the bad guy, so be it. Just don't be it. Just be you. You don't have to be the bad guy to be liked. Just be you. Enjoy life. Enjoy yourself. Joey B. Good morning, Joey B. Says Angel Martinez for Mayor of the United States 2024. Let's effing go. Yeah, that'd be something. That'd be a great position. Hey, when I lived in Philly, Joey B., I used to say I was the mayor, and I'd go around and I put a live video. If I was walking to Target from the apartment I rented out in South Philly, I would say, hey, the mayor here. Because again, I would have fun. And people would look at me like I was nuts. Matter of fact, my really, 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 really good friend, Marcio Da Silva, out in Philly, who still works for SEPTA, we used to laugh because we used to go to an Irish bar. We used to go to this Irish bar. The only two, he was originally from Brazil, and obviously I'm an American because I was born here in the States, but my heritage comes from Puerto Rico. But as far as it was always the funniest thing that we would go in there, and the first time we went in, it was like the old, record player where it scratches, and they walked in like, what are you two goobers doing in here? But we went in, socialized with everybody, have fun. And if every once in a while, if we went back to, to grab a beer, because that was like our minimum was like 2 beers at most. But if we went back there, they would laugh because we're the only two literal non-Irish folks that would go in. But we had a great time with everybody. I mean, that's all you have to do. Just enjoy life. It's already freaking short as is. I mean, we saw what a Hall of Famer passed away yesterday at the age of 52, just suddenly. 2 years younger than me. Scares me a little bit because I'm 54. But, it's just that life is just enjoy it, folks. Enjoy the moment. Don't make it any deeper than you have to. Try not to create as much enemies in your life. I wish, a personal situation I had, the person would come to light and see what the story is, but that person have to learn on their own that life is not that hard if you just communicate. But I can't change things. It's just the way it is. It's just life. Joey B says, a Brazilian and a Puerto Rican walk into an Irish bar. Insert joke here. Yeah, exactly. God bless America. Just enjoy life and everyone you can, which is true. That's what it is. It is a joke. I'll have to come up with one. I'm pretty sure Joey B, as witty as he is, he'll come up with something. But it's the same way. I'm dying to get back to Colorado just to hang out with Joey B because he started out and he's been listening for Tony for years. I end up having Tony on my show. Good Lord, on the network. When I want to say like Tony Bruno came on, I think just before we were at the 100th episode. And then he's been a follower of Tony for many years. And then he came over, watched our show, and has been connected ever since. And the one time he called into the show, actually, I never heard Joey B's voice until he called in, which was surprising to me, but it'd be fun. I wish we had connected. Obviously, when I went for a wedding that's coming up quickly on a year, Jake and Kat, they're coming up on a 1-year anniversary. Of course, our wedding's coming up here on the 15th. But you got to enjoy life. Just don't burn bridges. Keep those bridges there because you never know. The circle of life and the way things are, you never know when you go back to that person and say, hey, listen, I know things may not worked out the way it's supposed to and may not have been that person's fault or your fault. There's always going to be disagreements. How many relationships do we see? It's just a disagreement factor. You want to see some worlds and stuff turned upside down? Tune into TLC. What is it? Happily Ever After, 90 Day Fiance. You want drama in your life? Tune in. Remember, because the TLC channel started out as a learning channel, now became, I don't even know what they call it anymore. I mean, it's just condensed for TLC. But you talk about some crazy shows and where certain people do crazy things just to get either someone's attention. I don't know, but let's stop. Let's curb the brakes when it comes to the ethnicity. Stop throwing it around. It is not that deep, folks. The Caitlin Clark, Shannon Carr situation, and knowing those two ladies, those two athletes, it's going to be a point in time where they're all going to speak, and even if it's off camera, and it'll just be washed away. But now we're making, this humongous hill out of this little anthill, right? We turned it into a mountain when it was only like this big. And the only thing people just wanted to hear was, why did Carter do what she did? But anyways, we digress. It's just the way it is. Life, I swear. I wish I could understand it, this some more. And my dad, I may not talk about him as much, but my dad would get upset about goofy little things. Like if he worked on his car and he couldn't, for some reason, he couldn't get the spark plug out, he would throw a wrench. That was just my dad's way of just like, that bothered me, that irked me. And I go pick it up and I bring it back to Dad. Here you go, Dad. And, he would continue working on his car and whatever else. And, my dad was a guy with a short fuse, but he never short fused towards anyone. It was his own personal short fuse. And because I was around him a lot, then it was like, all right, he blew up for a second and he comes back down and he's just fine. It's absolutely incredible. Gas Pump Guy says this whole beginning of your show is exactly what we talked about. The beginning, sorry. He said this whole beginning of your show is exactly what we talked about. And yep, it is. It is. I had a great conversation yesterday with Gas Pump Guy after the show. Becoming a really, really good associate, a really good friend. And again, I don't know Gas Pump Guy that long, but guess what? Learn how to communicate. Opportunities that presents itself. And Gas Pump Guy, just the same way like Jerry from Rhode Island, and I think it's George Hawk 66. I've gotten to connect with these guys because it's about enjoying morning radio, about enjoying just life. You wake up in the morning, and yes, not every day could be like down here in Florida, for example. Before I moved down here, I thought every day was just black and gray skies and just doom. But eventually, things opened up. God showed me the way after I tried to, and maybe I'll talk about it here. Matter of fact, for those who don't know, I'll bring it up after the break and I'll share with you what happened in 2017. It was a deep memory, and we'll get into other things that are going on here in sports, but it sucked. For a good period of my life, it really sucked. And the reason why I get to enjoy life now and have fun with it, because yes, I will always say I love my country and I would do it all over again if I needed to. I'm a proud American. That flag waves outside of my house and no one will ever tell me any different. Because to me, there's certain holidays that, they are what they are. To me, the 4th of July is always going to be even bigger than my own birthday because it's just the independence that we get to do things like this because those of us who sacrifice our lives, the veterans, everybody is the reason why we're able to do what we do today, but that's a whole different show for a whole different day. But I'll tell you, I'll share you my story about what happened, what led up to 2017, and why God, I'm fortunate enough that every single morning when I wake up, when I go to bed, I thank him for allowing me to do what I do, that I'm getting to be out here with you guys and entertaining you and hopefully in the process, entertain myself. I mean, it's what we do. So after the break, we'll get into the story of what happened in my life here come 2017. And again, that I'm fortunate leading up to the person I'm with today. And then we'll get into to see if there's any other news that end up dropping because of that, because of what had happened. But there's other little spicy things that are heating up. Obviously, Atlanta's hoping that with Kirk Cousins, that he's going to do a good enough job to be able to get the job done. And you guys also heard Pete talking about this morning that Kirk Cousins is going to have to do a lot in Atlanta. Atlanta, for some reason, only decided within the last 2 drafts to pick up a running back that you really didn't need and a wide receiver that you really didn't need. Of course, now this year they picked up Michael Penix Jr., which is a great thing to have in Atlanta. But again, defensively, they didn't do anything. I don't get it. I mean, the NFL season is not that far away. Obviously, mini camp and OTAs and stuff. The OTAs are, I believe, for most teams will be wrapping up between this week and the early part of next week. Then they'll have that 2-week break in between. And then before you know it, camp is here. And we'll be talking about it. So after the break, we'll get into a little bit more. As always, I appreciate everyone who listens, who tunes in, who follows, whether it be in those social medias right here on YouTube, obviously on the Sports Radio 102.9 FM, the Game app. You know, I just ask you guys to download it. Therefore, you won't miss a thing when you're on the road, or tell your friends, because we are nationwide from coast to coast. Everybody's listening in. Overseas, we have over 7 different countries that are tuning in, and the Providence is up in Canada as everything continues to expand. Why? Because it's about fun. We leave the politics out of it, and we have fun with everything in the process. And, you know, one day if someone wants to talk politics, that's great. We can have an offbeat show about something that has nothing to do with, you know, with sports. And I don't mind, because, you know, it's always good to be debatable. But anyways, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you guys, because without you guys and girls, you know, the men and women, you know, this doesn't happen. So thank you for following us here on social media. You guys can look us up here on Facebook, Twitter, which I changed. Obviously, my handle on Twitter, I had it for Broad Street South Pod for the longest. And now it's SR1029 The Game, which is Sports Radio 1029 The Game. So you can find it there on Twitter. You can find it on Instagram. On Facebook, it remains the same way with the website, broadscsouth.com. Check out the content. It's on there as well. So you guys won't miss a thing. And I can't thank you enough. Don't forget, you can also leave your comments here, like Joey B has had and Rick, on the social medias. And you can also text in, as Gas Pump Guy does, and Jerry Rhode Island, and, you know, George Hawk 66, as they do each and every day. We do appreciate it. 727-858-6650. 727-858-6650. You are listening to yours truly here, Martinez Company, from 10 to 12, the mid-morning show, right here on the Riptide Media Network and on Sports Radio 102.5 FM, The Game. We'll be back right after this.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I see what you're wearing, there's nothing beneath it. Forgive me for staring, forgive me for breathing. We might not know why, we might not know how, but baby tonight, we're beautiful now. We're beautiful now. We're beautiful now. We might not know why, we might not know how, but baby tonight, we're beautiful now. We'll light up the sky, we'll open the clouds, 'cause baby tonight, we're beautiful now. We're beautiful. We're beautiful.
Welcome back, Martinez Company here live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. Don't forget, you guys can call in or text into the show 727-858-6650. Once again, 727-858-6650. Make your comments here live on the social medias, Facebook, minus today, because for some reason, once again, they like to take things away. Not surprising, nonetheless, but whatevers. Also on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn. By the way, the folks who are on LinkedIn, you guys got about another, 29 minutes before it gets cut off from LinkedIn. Of course, you can continue to watch the show on broadstSouth.com. So the folks on LinkedIn, welcome. You can, again, switch over to broadstSouth.com, watch it right there on the homepage, and also listen in on the Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game app. Download it, tell your friends, share it. You can also download it directly from the website. Just go to the website, you can see it. Also, speaking of, if you guys want to save money on your cable bill, you want to cut the cord, do so by also visiting the website as well. And if you guys go down towards the bottom of the page on the home page, you will see ayumas.com, AYOUMAS.com, AYOUMAS.com. And if you put in a coupon code, coupon 25 of, again, you guys can visit the website and put it in there. You can save money because it is a great service. I have it here at the house. It is absolutely phenomenal. Does it, as I mentioned to you guys before, does it lag every once in a while? Of course it does, but again, it all depends on what you have set up at your house, your routing, all that good fun stuff. But it happens, so I'm not going to lie and say like it's, insanely perfect. Nothing will ever go wrong because, things go wrong even with your cable company. It's just the way it is. But nonetheless, it's a good service. I've had it now for a couple of years. As I mentioned to the guys that, I really thank them for just providing a good service. And you guys want to save, and I mean a good chunk and change on your cable bill, visit the website, broadacsoft.com. Go all the way down to the bottom of the homepage. You'll see it, Ayumas, AYOUMAS.com. And you put in a coupon code, you can save yourself some money. It is $57.29. Not only that, you can also get some bonus months, 3 months extra with the 6-month service. Also, during the holidays, they do have like Black Friday specials. You guys would end up joining, you get to save even more money when it comes around that time. So again, love the service. If I have any issues, I reach out to the guys via email or however else they have it. I'm pretty sure they have a Discord. I personally just use the email because they're pretty reliable when it comes to sending them the email, let them know exactly what you have, and they'll ask you questions. And then before you know it, they'll resolve it. I had an issue not so long ago with my guide, and I sent them the electronic programming guide, sent them a message, and within, it felt like hours, but it probably within a couple of minutes, and boom, my guide was working all over again. So, just reach out to them, check it out, go to our website, down at the homepage, broadacsoft.com, click on the link there, and you guys can save yourself a good amount of money, good service, and I think you will really, really enjoy it. Ayumas.com. By the way, Rick lets us know, as he has some breaking news for us, he says the Padres, Tucupita Marcano banned for life on betting on MLB. We not go through this with Pete Rose. So again, if you decide you want to bet and gamble on sports, eventually they'll find out, which I think it's also too, and I will get to my story here back in 2017, but you got to really think about it. If you're willing, we saw it during when Pete, myself, Tony, Robin, who else? The Bleacher Brothers, all of us were over there in Vegas. Tony especially, because Tony looked at me the same way with Pete, and like we never thought we would see the day where we would see DraftKings at Radio Row, and it was told before that you would never see sports betting in Major League Sports. Well, we see it now. ESPN, for all intents and purposes, does not have a gambling company, but you use their app ESPN Bet, which is a subsidiary of whatever gambling aspect they belong to. Excuse me. As I had something in my throat there. But again, we've seen it now. There's all these gambling sites, and these guys, they just decide they want to gamble, and eventually someone's going to tell. It's just the way it is. We've seen stories. Netflix had one probably about 6 months ago, but he talked about the whole thing that happened. I think it was either out in Arizona or something else, where these guys were deliberately throwing games, and then they were getting like a Chevy Blazer and some other stuff out of it. But hey, you want to take the gamble, by all means, go ahead and do so. Now, I will share with you guys a story that I've told before. I mentioned it to you, and I've said in front of the basketball league, and David and Evelyn, who do a phenomenal job with the basketball league and the basketball super league, they've heard the story before, and I shared. Usually I not try and get emotional, but it happens. It's life. And by the way, if you guys are ever struggling with anything, with any kind of health, reach out to somebody. You just never know. I say it as well, is that sometimes you could be walking down the street, don't know who the person is from a can of spray paint, but all it takes for you is just to be like, hey, what's the deal? And I'm distracted here for a second because I'm watching this guy tear up the front part of the lawn, and he's got wood chip city going all over the place. But these guys, they crack me up. So I'm waiting for them to kind of pass by a little bit, because if not, you guys will hear the whizzing sound as I'm looking out my studio window for those who are listening in on the radio app. But all right, there you go. They flew around, they got the job done. Anyways, and here we go again. So give it a second. There you go. All right. Every Tuesday around here outside the studio, they do the weekly landscaping. The week before, they didn't cut the grass because it's been super dry out here in Florida. And so our grass has gone from green to a very, very straw-like, because we have crabgrass, because unfortunately we can't have natural grass on sand. So we have crabgrass, and we've been trying to water it and keep it all healthy and stuff. But anyways, 2017 leading up to December of 2017, same year that the Eagles were making the miraculous run to the Super Bowl, was in a previous relationship where everything was just falling apart. And I'll never bring up the person's name because everyone has a right to defend themselves, and I'm not going to bring up the person's name. But things were, we've been in relationships, like I talked about before, where things can just, you feel like there's no end in sight. We hear about abusive relationships where people say, well, I stay with that person because I love them. And then they come to find out after they look from the outside, like, wow, did I really put myself through something like that? But you never know because you don't see it while you're going through it. So anyways, I went through some years where it was just a constant pounding, where anything and everything that could go wrong would end up happening. Then I had my job where I literally worked 20 out of the 24 hours in a day. So I would come home for about 2 hours, make sure the family was fed, roofs, bills paid, the whole 9 yards. And then I hit the road all over again. And finally, it was a call of quits. That was it. But there was still the haunting that happened after the relationship was over. And so it got to the point in December, as things were piling on and piling on, I just figured, you know what? If I take my life, who would care? Who would miss me? Would anybody? And before that, I started doing then, before I became Broad Street South here in Florida, was I would take my phone, my old Samsung Galaxy 6, and I would put it up and I would just do live reports outside of the Lincoln Financial Field. And 1 or 2 times security came up to me, told me I couldn't do it. I'm like, okay. And I put my phone back on, go back to doing it. To the point where Channel 6 started coming out and doing the same location where I was. And I found it amusing because I thought, oh, that's cool. At least they're watching. And it was fun. And I got to meet a couple of people from a couple of the producers that would come out with the cameras and do reports or live shots from Lincoln Financial Field. But I decided on Christmas that it was going to be it for me. I was tired. I didn't want to live life anymore. I just figured, you know what? Screw it. Why bother? Because in the moment, you never think about. Of course, I get to live to talk about it. But in the moment, you never think about the people you're going to hurt. You may think that no one cares, but people do care. If you have children like I do, you don't think about them either. You're just like, you know what? Screw it. They're not going to miss me either because, this person just can't freaking stand me for whatever odd reason. So I just figured I'll make my last live video just talking about when at the time the Raiders were coming into town to play, of course, before the Eagles decided to go into the playoffs and then the Atlanta Falcons game, that if it wasn't because of a missed pass, it would have been a whole different story. But thankfully, Nick Foles ended up doing the job, got the job done, and the rest would be known as history. But I figured that day I would make my last live video, and I was going to leave a video behind, but I figured why do that when I can just end life and that'll be it. So I made my live video. I'm walking from the gates at Lincoln Financial Field towards Citizens Bank Park, which is directly across the street from the Link, and Xfinity Live to the left. And I figured, at least I got to enjoy life. I had fun. I lived through a war. I was able to make it in the military, and that's it. Like I'm done. And don't think by any means just because I enjoy life and I have fun with it now, that the things that I've seen because of wartime, that it doesn't haunt me, but I try not to let it get to me. As a chaplain in the military said, how in the world do you just turn it off? And I think because if I let it eat at me even more, I wouldn't be, for the most part, sane today. And I definitely wouldn't have Debbie in my life if that was the case, or any friends or anything else, because I did have, guys that I lost in the military. I lost them. I mean, just because things happened, they made choices. There were things that happened out in the desert where, when they came back from what went on out there, they never recovered in life. And so here I walked down to Citizens Bank Park, and I figured, like, all right, that's it. Looked up at the sign at the Link and started walking back. And anybody who's been to Lincoln Financial Field out there in South Philly, if you look down at the sidewalk, and in the military, always say, there's no discharge on the ground, meaning that why are you looking down unless you're looking for discharge, which is what comes out of an M16, which the bullet, goes forward, but then obviously the discharge, which is the round, comes out and shoots out on the side. So on there it says the road to victory. I've had pictures I think I've put out on Facebook many a times where it's just that. It's the road to victory. That's the way the Eagles have always looked at everything. There's a road to victory somewhere. So I walked back up to Lincoln Financial Field and I figured, all right, I'll get one good last look before I decide this is it. And so I paused for a moment. I was going to put my phone back up and I put it back in my pocket. And I figured, you know what, screw it. So the only thing I said was, well, if this is my time to go, so be it. I loved everyone. I think I did as much as I possibly could. I enjoyed life, but now it's time to go. But God, unless you have something else for me, you let me know, and I'll be at your beck and call. Now, this is the only time, and I've said it over and over again, that I regret of not being live or recording something, because the minute I say that, the lights were off at the link, and they come on. Which to me was a sign like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. And at that point, I felt like God sent me a message saying that, nope, it's not your time yet. Now, I got a bigger plan for you. I got a better plan. The first half of your life may have sucked. The second half of your life, I got you. And I was shocked. Like I couldn't believe that there was a sign at that point. And we hear people saying there's times when there's a sign, things happen. And that happened at that moment where I couldn't believe in my own eyes, like, all right, you know what? Maybe things need to change. And ironically, at the same time, every day I would see a brand new license plate from Florida and never the same one. I also started getting an email just out of nowhere, like Visit Florida. And my dad happened to be living in Florida. So I went back to my apartment, wiped the tears away, figured out that everything was going to be okay. And I'm trying not to get choked up as I remember that day. But, I just looked in the mirror like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to do something about this. We're going to get better. And every day I made that road to victory. Every day I made that step in saying that things are going to get better. They will get better. And I still go through it now. Don't get me wrong, because finances are a part of life, folks. And in relationship, that's one big thing you're going to have, whether you're single, dating, engaged, and married. Finances, it's a part of life. We're going to have bills. This is the way we are. What we're guaranteed, death and taxes, pretty much. So I just figured, you know what? I'm going to make life better and keep changing things. And I left a lot of things behind, moved down here to Florida after talking to my dad. My dad said, why don't you come down for a vacation? And I said, sure. And then I changed my mind a week later. I said, Pop, you know what? I'm just going to sell whatever I have up here and make enough money. So when I get down there to Florida, I can just be free of all the stuff that went on. But it didn't mean that I brought baggage with me down to Florida. I took care of everything I needed to take care of to make sure when I went to Florida, I was free and clear of anything that I felt was going to travel with me. So moving down to Florida, my dad gave me the opportunity of living in his household. And it was the first time my dad and I had lived with each other than being kids or a teen for that matter. And he helped me. And then I was fortunate enough to start with the school department as a bus driver. And if I never got out the bus to talk to the people who used to hang out under this tree next to the high school, I would have never loved or ever met the love of my life, which is my fiance, Debbie. And I'm very, very fortunate that in 11 days, I'll go from loving this woman to now marrying her and being with her for the rest of my life. And if it wasn't for her believing in what I wanted to start when I was in Philly to now make it to fruition here and started in Broad Street South, by the way, the name changed because in the very beginning, I was going to make it section 215, which is where obviously from being in Citizens Bank Park and then the area code of Philly. And then it used to be Broad Street South Sports Talk. And then John, a great friend of mine, came on and he belted out like Broad Street South Sports Talk. And he was like, well, why don't you just shorten it up? And then it became Broad Street South. But if it wasn't because of my fiance and believing in me and encouraging me and saying that, all right, let's see if we can make this happen. 5 years later, it's grown to the point where I can now reflect back on 2017 where God said, I got you. And he does. And that's why you guys hear me talking about him every once in a while, because if it wasn't for him, things wouldn't happen if you don't believe. So I've been very fortunate that life turned around, and I'm here today to talk about it because you don't know where life can take you. You don't know where that journey is going to take you. And that's why I say don't freaking burn bridges, because you never know where it's going to take you. Hopefully that person in life that was formerly with me will wake up and say, you know what? I'll say it. Why the fuck am I holding a grudge when I can just enjoy life? But I can't do that. I pray to God many times to have that person change their mind. But it's not within me. It's within that person. They're going to have to be capable of changing it. But that's my story I want to share with you guys. And I appreciate it. Joy B says, thanks for sharing, Angel. Great insights and reflection. Appreciate you. Same way, Joey B. I appreciate you. The same way with Gas Pump Guy and Pete and everyone else. Because you don't know. Enjoy life, folks. This is why I say don't make it about ethnicity. I'm fortunate, honest to God, to be here in Florida. Where you wake up and it's just, you enjoy life. It doesn't mean that it doesn't come with financial situation and everything else. But at least I know that we can go to the beach. Debbie and I can go and we can forget about everything and just have fun. Just like when I used to live in Philly, I used to go down to Atlantic City, go on the boardwalk and people watch. Great place to do so. Absolutely phenomenal place to listen to. Lately, though, in Jersey, it's gotten a little crazy out there in the Jersey Shore. Let's hope it gets a little bit better. But this is why you never know where the path of life is going to take you. I don't ever forget people either. They helped me along the way. Tony and Robin, great opportunity. With TBSN, that just, I got busy with other things and the Orlando Predators and everything else. But I'm fortunate and I'm thankful to Tony and Miss Robin for the same thing. So you don't know where life is going to take you. You really don't know. And Rick Marks is another guy who's become such a great friend from Philly to South. And Rick says, I know that feeling. Rick shared a story with me as well. So you never know. If you guys want to share a story, by all means, please put it out there. If not, call into the show 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650, because the path of life, you don't know. Even if you don't believe in God, whatever it is that you believe in, just reach out to somebody. And even if you're going through it, relationships, for the most part, we all try to make them work without putting in work. It should happen naturally. For example, Debbie and I, to this day, we've yet to argue because we talk about everything and anything under the sun. But if it ever gets to a point where you guys are having a situation, we know as friends, we like to pick and choose. We're like, don't talk to that person because they're going to give you this. Talk to somebody neutral. You never know. You don't have to go necessarily to a psychiatrist. Just, I don't know, you could be sitting inside of a McDonald's one day or something, or whatever is your, choice of establishment, and just, hey, buddy, you got a minute? You never know that someone that has never met you before could just offer you a perspective in life. So that's my story. That's what I want to share. And we'll get into some more sports stuff here as the Carolina Panthers. We already know that owner has got some crazy stuff going on, but they are seeking a deal to keep the Panthers around for another 20 years out there in Charlotte. Charlotte's a beautiful city too. Mecklenburg County, really, really nice. My son, who is out in the Carolinas, he's out there in Anson County. And then my former sister-in-law from my late wife, who had passed away a couple years ago, God bless. But she lives out there in Charlotte, and she absolutely loves it. It's very, very thriving. Rick says, simply put, be thankful you were able to see this day. Yep. I never take it for granted. I never do. Because again, I'm very fortunate that my dad is still alive. He's going through it. I'm not going to lie. Pop, his health, it's starting to get there. That man's been the longest living male Martinez in our entire family. And my dad is going to turn, 84 this year? The longest living Martinez. And if that's something I got to look forward to, that's freaking great, because he is, again, the longest living one. His brother, unfortunately, passed away of cancer because he was a firefighter and didn't make it. My uncle is just as funny as my dad, but I've been very fortunate. My dad is still around. He's health-wise, he's going through his issues, and I'm very fortunate too. My mom is still around. There's a 10-year difference between the both of them. And then my stepfather and I only have a 10-year difference as well. And I love him to death as equally, because he was there during my teenage years. So just, enjoy life, folks. Enjoy the moment. Seize the day because you're not guaranteed tomorrow. Enjoy the day for what it is. And again, I thank you all for tuning in and listening to me for, the past hour. Next hour, we'll get into it. Obviously, Rich Q will join me here at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. And then we'll get into the renovation deal that Charlotte is trying to seek as a city. So we'll see how it all ends up playing out for them as well. Because again, that ownership has got a lot of work to do to gain back the trust of the fan base out there, not only just with the fans, but also with the athletes as well that end up joining Carolina Panthers, because he didn't make a couple of good choices towards the end of the NFL season. So we'll be back. As you guys are listening to Martinez Company here live Monday through Friday, mid-mornings from 10 to 12, then followed by Rich Quinones, Middays with Q from 12 to 1 p.m. And today, after my show, I'm going to stop the feed here, and then we're going to reset and start it at 12 p.m. So if you guys are watching and listening now, if you see it, it's going to be disconnected in about another 57 minutes from now. It'll be restarted again so you guys can pick up on the show all over again. And if you're listening on the sports app, obviously you'll hear the continuation all the way through until the show starts all over again. So thank you all once again for tuning in on social medias, whether it be in Facebook, Broad Street South, YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn, not as much because they get cut off at about 11 o'clock in the morning. But thank you those who make the switch over from LinkedIn over to broadstsouth.com, where you can always watch the shows live. And don't forget, you can listen in on the app, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. Download the app. I make it super simple for you guys. Go to broadstsouth.com, download it there. You'll see the two phones. Easy. One's an Android, one's an Apple phone. Pick the flavor of your choice. Download it so you never miss a thing here, as Pete Sheppard always gets us started from 7 to 10 a.m. Of course, vacation time is coming up for us, and the nuptials are coming up. So next week will be a very, very condensed week. Pete will be off starting as of Friday. He'll be enjoying his vacation. Then he's going up to Massachusetts for Glenn Orway's induction into the Broadcasters Hall of Fame. And then we'll both be back on June 18th. I'll go over the wedding, and Pete, I'm pretty sure will talk about Glenn Ordway, and I'm quite sure he'll be back on with us as well and his vacation. So it's summertime, folks. We like to take our vacations before the NFL season kicks off so we can come back and have fun with you guys. But again, we appreciate the time you guys spend with us here on the Riptide Media Network on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. After the break, we'll get into it just a tad bit more because, again, Charlotte is still trying to do Charlotte things. So we'll be back. You're listening to Martinez Coming here live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. We'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men,
This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You see, you're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes.
Welcome back. Martinez Company, hour number 1 down. Hour number 2 coming up. You guys can text in or call into the show at 727-858-6650. Once again, 727-858-6650. You can always watch the show live here on the social medias, also on broadstsouth.com. And you can listen in on the Sports Radio app, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. The digital sports station that is made for you, the true professionals, the true listeners, and those who like to just enjoy life, have fun. Most of the time, why you guys hear me coming into more of energized music, because that's a part of what the journey has become. And so I like just to have fun. That being one of my favorite songs that I like to dance like a fool all around the house when, whether Debbie's here, whether she's not here, whatever. I just like to have fun with that song. It's always a great time. So thank you all. Once again, we appreciate you watching here on the social medias, once again on broadstsouth.com. And don't forget, as I mentioned earlier, in case you guys missed it, if you want to save a good amount of money on your cable bill, go to my website, broadstsouth.com. At the bottom of the page, you guys can see ayumas.com, AYOUMAS.com, AYOUMAS.com. And you can cut the cord, save yourself a good amount of money on your cable bill, right? So everybody loves to save money, especially if you're young, you're single, again, your dollars can only stretch about so far. Come, check them out. You can actually try the service for free for 24 hours to see if you like it or not. And then choose for yourself. And if you do, use the coupon code, coupon25OF. You put it in there, you get yourself 25% off, 6 months plus 3 months free for $57.29. I mean, it's just that simple. So you guys want to save money, visit the website, go down to the bottom of the page. And when you stop by there too, as you're swinging by, check out the Orlando Predators Prowlers. Laura does such a phenomenal job with those ladies. And if you have a party that's coming up, you want a Vegas style type party, visit her website. It's on my website as well. And those ladies do a great job, not only at the Kia Center, but also at live events as well. So great job by her. You guys can end up taking a look and seeing if you enjoy it or not. Joey B says, Deb, thank God she has a thing for bus drivers. Angel is a lucky man. Yeah, well, she was a bus driver too, so she just retired as well. So it's a good thing now. At least I get to have her around all the time, minus if she steps away like she did just about over an hour ago. But no, I cannot ever say enough about that woman. She's been there from the very start and with me everywhere. I could talk about her for days on end. But as we look, the Panthers the city seeks an $800 million stadium renovation to keep the team in Charlotte for 20 years. Now, let's not forget, hold on, as we have a text that's coming in. And Jerry from Rhode Island says, that's a heck of an image you give us, you dancing all over the house, playing to that song. That's what I do, Jerry. In my car, I told you guys, I do it all the time too, where people are driving. Obviously, you guys are listening on the app, and I really do appreciate it. Like Jerry from Rhode Island, who's hard working on a boat every single morning. And I do appreciate you tuning in. I know he had a crazy day yesterday, so hopefully, Jerry, today is not as crazy as yesterday was. But that's what life's about. My neighbors, they know I'm half a lunatic, especially the people right next door to us, because we have windows all over the studio and all over the house here. And yeah, I don't care. I will turn them. I will blast my speakers. If I can put it up to 10,000, I will. I don't care. I have fun. I was a late bloomer. You guys, for those who get to know me for the first time around, I was a nerd. So I love dancing. I just want to go up to a girl and ask her to dance. But I would go to the dance floor by myself. To this day, I'll still do it. I don't care. It's all about life. Just enjoy. Just have fun. Rick says, have a great rest of the show. Time to get to work. See you tomorrow. All right, Rick. Appreciate it. Rick always taking care of us. In the friendly skies, no, not the old airline. He worked for Southwest, and that's another guy. Talk about working the heat out there at Tampa International. Thank you, Rick, for what you do, because we do appreciate it. And I know as of late, there's a lot of people who haven't been enjoying their trips. But listen, again, the airlines try to do the best they possibly can. So David Tepper, everybody knows when he was in Jacksonville, didn't make a lot of good friends. That's for sure. But from what my understanding, pardon me here, the Carolina Panthers and the city of Charlotte have proposed a partnership deal that would include an $800 million renovation to Bank of America Stadium and keep the NFL team here for 20 years, meaning in Charlotte, North Carolina. If you guys have not been there when they first opened it up, very nice stadium. Not, it's not overly done or anything else like that. Like everybody else, they want to keep up with the modern times and do some upgrades, as the way they did at Ray J. To get a nice fresh coat of paint. They upgraded the sound system, the TVs and stuff in there. And that place, it's an old stadium, but you would never realize it when you go in there, because they have made it as modern as they possibly could. You do, though, sweat your ass off at Ray J. And I mean, you sweat like a madman, because obviously it's all concrete. So if you want to take a break in between, just go down the concourse in the shade and you're just fine. But the renovation would include a fixed $650 million investment from the city and another $150 million from Panthers owner David Tepper. The only thing that you have to remember there is that $650 million investment. That, listen, taxes, all this stuff is going up. All this stuff is going up. And you're asking people to say, hey, don't worry about it. We're going to build not only a good team, hopefully with a better owner, but by the way, can you guys invest $650 million? But we see it all the time. So Charlotte, that's what they're looking for. Sheppard has already invested more than $117 million in stadium prior to June, and would also pay another $420 million in potential overages for capital improvements over the term of the deal. The team said Monday in a news release. The city's investment does not require any new or increased taxes. Wasn't there a president that once upon a time said, read my lips, no new taxes? And then it happened? I digress. But anyways, that's what they say, that the city's investment does not require any new or increased taxes. Charlotte City Council members are expected to meet over the next several weeks to discuss the Bank of America Stadium renovation project. Bank of America Stadium has been a special place for our Panthers and now Charlotte Football Club fans for nearly 30 years. Panthers team president Christy Coleman said in the release, quote, while Bank of America Stadium has a solid infrastructure, investments are needed to ensure that our decades-old venue continues to deliver the best experience for our players, fans, and community, end quote. The city's share would be funded by existing hospitality and tourism tax resources, which are legally required by the state to be spent on projects to support the city's tourism economy. Now, of course, that's pretty smart. The same way they do here in Florida. Florida, the reason why we don't pay, for the most part, state taxes because of the tourists that come down here, whether it be in the beaches, obviously Disney World, which gets a huge amount of visitors, Orlando themselves because of the Orlando Magic, and of course the Orlando Predators. So, people come down here, same way with the Rays. If you're someone other than the Rays, I guess, if you're a Yankees fan, a Red Sox fan, White Sox fan, Phillies fan, that's when you'll see the Tropicana Field getting sold out. So they're using the smart way, which is supposed to be using that tourism tax in order to be able to put money back into the stadium. So, quote, this renovation is about modernizing the stadium to deliver elevated experiences while preserving the overall character and location that fans have known and loved for decades, end quote, Coleman said. Bank of America Stadium opened in 1996. I was there because I was still in the military then. The enhancements will include upgraded video and audio systems, as I just mentioned, what they did over at Ray J, modernized infrastructure, redesigned concourses, unique social areas with skyline views, and exterior spaces for community gatherings and programming. Smart way to do it. Other important elements include new seating installed throughout the bowl, improved accessibility throughout the facility, designed and constructed in a way that allows individuals with a range of disabilities to have access without barriers. Restrooms also would be upgraded. That is a key thing too, because don't forget, we do have people with disabilities, whether it be in a walker, a wheelchair, a cane. We always want to make it accessible if at all possible. Penguin AZ says, good morning, Martinez Company. I do appreciate it. What up, Joey B? As they exchange pleasantries between Penguin AZ and Joey B. What up, Penguin AZ? Thank you for tuning in all the way out there from Arizona. We do appreciate it. So it is important. The Disabilities Act, by the way, that was created many years ago, and that's the reason why paratransit systems are in your city and state, is because of that. We want to make sure people with disabilities have the same equal rights as you and I, no different. They pay their taxes too. They go to work. For those who can, they go to work, they pay their taxes. So why not make it accessible for them? My future, once again, would be nephew-in-law. His wife, her brother, has been in a wheelchair for many, many years, but you never know it because the guy has a great passion for life. But it's the same way, if he goes to Ray J, now they do have ramps to make sure that he can get up to whatever level he wants to go to. And that's really, really important. And we make sure we take care of the folks that have disabilities, and we make sure they want to be part of the experience just like everybody else. Also, the South Lawn Pavilion area would be reimagined as a community gathering spot and an outdoor classroom on game days and non-event days. Quote, today was a first step in what we will be a series of conversations with public officials. Coleman said, our goal is to build a collaborative partnership so that this community asset can continue to generate unique and memorable experiences for fans, as well as an economic impact for the city and the region for years to come, end quote. The stadium also serves as home for the Major League Soccer's Charlotte Football Club and regularly plays host to college football games and concerts. Again, quote, Bank of America Stadium provides our club one of the best home pitch advantages in Major League Soccer. Charlotte Football Club President Joe LeBou said it also serves as a pillar to our community that supports our mission to be a unifying force in the city. Again, that's really good. And it's what's needed. It is definitely what's needed. It's tough. It's tough to sell to your city and let them know that, hey, we want to make these upgrades. No different than what they're going through right now. Mayor Walsh, who decided to finally put out the renderings of what the new facility is going to look like. And St. Pete has been thriving for years. beyond expensive. And I do mean beyond expensive. But they're still trying to pump all this money back into the communities so the lower and empowered community can start feeling the impact as well, and hopefully add money so they'll be able to fix up their homes as well. But St. Pete, it's not cheap by any means. Great time to go to. Don't get me wrong. I make the travel trip from Tampa down to St. Pete. I have a great time every time we go down there. But it's going to be nice to see the new Ray Stadium for sure. They want to make it visible, so they're going to have natural lighting come through. They're going to put up a bunch of windows. A lot of folks, in a way, yes, it would have been cool to see an open air stadium, but those who come down here during the summertime know that we get our summer storms, and there's times when we get microbursts. And if you're at a ball game, the last thing you want is either lightning to come shooting out of nowhere, or the torrential downpours that come for about 15, 20 minutes and end up going away. But of course, it would interrupt, and they have to put out the tarp, dry it up, blah, blah, blah. And so that's why they're going to make it a covered dome stadium. But it's going to be really nice compared to what's going to be out there. I'll put out the tweet later on, and you guys can see. So those who come down here, you can enjoy a nice baseball game down here in the St. Pete area. But hey, listen, good for Charlotte. But David Tepper you talk about bridges. He's going to have to build a bridge back with the fan base. Thank God they got Dave Canales as a head coach, the OC from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I think he should have been the head coach here. Even though I may not be a Bucs fan, but I do report on the Bucs. And by the way, speaking of, Gas Pump Guy will be my go-to correspondent for everything Bucs. So if you want guys get an update, we're coordinating some stuff together. This is why I mean an opportunity can arise. He will be the go-to for everything Bucs because, as we have mentioned, Pete and I, you guys have heard, and this is why we're becoming the Florida's sports management as far as listening here on Sports Radio 102.9 and, of course, over on BroadSCSouth.com and the Red Time Media Network. We are covering Southwest Florida like no one else does, including Central Florida. Thankfully, Mia O'Brien with Jacksonville, she's got that locked and covered up there. But we are becoming Florida's leader in sports because if you can't hear locally, you'll definitely hear it here on Sports Radio because we not only go here local, but we go nationwide and, of course, overseas as well. And later on, I'm also going to get together with Penguin AZ as we're going to bring some soccer elements into the show as well, along with some Spanish-speaking shows because obviously I do the Spanish play-by-play for the Orlando Predators. So a lot more stuff still coming up here on the network. Broncos also quarterback Patrick Surtain II, not confused on possible contract extension that will come with time. Along with, for some reason, this is, again, I know there was a lot of Eagles fans that wanted this particular player to be in Philly, but Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb not reporting to mandatory minicamp as he seeks his new contract. Listen, Dallas, you guys talk about a learning curve. Ezekiel Elliott, I still to this day am blown away that he went and did a deal while he was in Mexico. You guys figured that one out. I would love to have worked for somebody and told my boss, I'm sorry, you're not giving me that 25-cent raise. I'm going to the Bahamas, right? We're going to make it happen. It's insane. He went to Mexico, didn't report to camp, nothing else, and got a deal done. How did it work out for him? Not too good. He dropped after that. Let's be real. He dropped. His performance dropped. Yards per rush dropped. Everything dropped. Went to, obviously, with the Patriots. Didn't do much there either. But they get him in there. Gas Pump Guy, you're welcome. He says, thanks for the shout out. No problem. Because I want to make sure that everybody knows that if opportunities are presented, by all means, that's why I always say, reach out. Call into the show. You never know. You never know. But anyways, when it comes to the Cowboys, they don't seem to learn. I don't know what it is. And CeeDee Lamb, I know there was a lot of fans, obviously wanted him in Philly, but I'm personally, it's great that he went to Dallas. It helped out Dallas for sure. But these holdouts, listen, these agents, that's what they do. It's what they do. And by the way, Joey B says, the Penguin AZ, what up, bruh? I told you, we love to exchange presidentries here at Martinez Company, of course, all the way across the network. But whatever. Listen, Cowboys fans, once again, you guys, McCarthy, I just in my own opinion, McCarthy is not the answer for the Cowboys. It's great as an Eagles fan. I love it because if he tanks, whoopee, that's great for us. Because as Pete keeps saying, it's the division for us to lose. So that's going to be another one. That is just going to be another one where this is going to plague the Cowboys season, which enough that's going on there. Jerry Jones, you guys hear Ryan F. a bunch of times when he was with me as well. Martinez Company, he talked about that. He stopped being a fan because of Jerry Jones' world. And there's a lot of people that are tired of the way Jerry Jones does stuff. But again, another holdout. Not shocking coming from Cowboys camp. I just, for the life of me, I don't understand it. I don't, but whatever. And this is just the beginning. We've seen a lot of guys have not reported to camp, but again, some of it is voluntary, but the mandatory stuff, I think you want to be there. If it's mandatory, that's what I think, but I wish, I would love, if anybody's going to, and by the way, my other hermano, Miami Mondo, he had, let me go back to his tweet. If I can go back, yeah, and now that Ezekiel Elliott, as Gas Pump Guy says, he's back with the Cowboys. You're not, this is not going to be Zeke 3.0. It's just not going to happen. But my hermano Miami Mondo, because he put out a nice tweet this morning. I want to make sure that he understands. Let's go back. He had put down there, June 4th, 1999. I walked into my job as a 6-month temp. I remember the laughs in the room. 25 years later, I sit here today in my office as a network supervisor with a crew of 16 for one of the most powerful companies in the world. Hard work always pays off. It's my turn to laugh. And again, he's a huge Canes fan. And his daughter, so cute. She's a Canes fan as well. And you'll see her put her, you guys can follow him as well on Miami Mondo at Lakers Canes 305, Mr. 305, the other one other than Pitbull. But same thing. It's opportunities. 1999, walked in as a temp. And then people laughed at him. Now he gets to laugh 25 years later and working for one of the best companies in the world. So that's why it's opportunities. Listen, no one comes knocking on the door, but if they do, you might want to open up that door and see if opportunity happens to walk through there. Just as I am fortunate with the opportunity of entertaining you guys and you guys listening in each and every day. And thank you for hanging out after Pete Sheppard Show. As you are listening to Martinez Company here Monday through Friday live from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The mid-morning show on the Riptide Media Network, also on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, along with the guy who's going to be joining me here momentarily, which will be Rich Q, Middays with Q. That is now Monday through Friday, middays from 12 to 1 with the potential of the expansion here coming up shortly, maybe after the nuptials. And of course, Pete Sheppard starts the day off for the Pete Sheppard Show. I'm fortunate enough to be the co-host with Pete in the morning and also producing the show for him and then produce your show for Q and then producing my own shows. I'm live with you guys. So after the break, we'll get into it with Q, as they'll be joining me here after the break, and we'll take your phone calls for you guys or your texts. As you guys can call in or text into the show. Once again, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. You are listening to me, Angel Martinez Company live here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. We'll be back right after this.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Lights go out and I can't be saved. Tides that I tried to swim against brought me down upon my knees. Oh, I'm begging, please, singing. Come out of the things unsaid, shooting arrow off my head. Trouble that can't be named, tigers waiting to be tamed.
Welcome back, Martinez Company. Final segment here, as you guys have been with me since 10 a.m. this morning. And if you started with Pete Sheppard in the morning, well, you've been together with us since 7 a.m. We do appreciate everyone who tunes in right here to the Riptide Media Network, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. Those who watch over on broadscsouth.com, where you guys can watch the shows live there at any given point in time. So when Facebook does Facebook things and decides that they want to kick us off, well, you can always tune in to the website, and I always carry the show there live every single day, every morning. And of course, you can listen to it on the app. You guys can download the app. You can download the app on broadscsouth.com. Pick and choose whichever phone that you have, and then download it to your phone. You can also visit the Apple and or Google Android store and download it that way as well. There was some news that came across here at the wire. Of course, we had heard earlier that Marcano had received a lifetime ban from Major League Baseball for betting on baseball, but NBC Sports Philly Also, just attached this, along with Marcano's lifetime ban, 4 other players received a 1-year suspension for placing unrelated bets with a legal sports book. Oh boy. Oakland A's pitcher Michael Kelly, Padres minor league pitcher Jay Groom, Phillies minor league infielder Jose Rodriguez, and Arizona Diamondbacks minor league pitcher Andrew Saalfrank were all found to have violated MLB's gambling policies. Now, according to MLB Rule 21 states that any player, any player, umpire, or club or league official or employee who shall bet any sum whatsoever upon any baseball game in connection with which the bettor has no duty to perform shall be declared ineligible for 1 year, and any player, umpire, or club, league official, or employee who shall bet any sum whatsoever upon any baseball game in connection with which the bettor has a duty to perform shall be declared permanently ineligible. End quote. The strict enforcement of Major League Baseball's rules and policies governing gambling conduct is a critical component of upholding our most important priority, protecting the integrity of our games for the fans. Quote, Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said in a release, the long-standing prohibition against betting on Major League Baseball games by those in the sport has been a bedrock principle for over a century. We have been clear that the privilege of playing in baseball comes with a responsibility to refrain from engaging in certain types of behaviors that are legal for other people, end quote. Boy, oh boy. Major League Baseball released information on each player's gambling activity and found that Marcano made 25 bets on Pittsburgh Pirates while he was a member of the ball club in 2023. Marcano made 387 baseball bets, holy Jesus, and 231 MLB-related bets in all from October 16th through the 23rd. That's a week? Oh boy, gambling degenerates. Holy Jesus. And July 12th to November 1st, 2023, he placed more than $150,000 in baseball bets and $87,319 on MLB-related wagers. See, that's what I understand, folks. I don't get it. I wish I had this kind of money to throw it away. I could do home upgrades, studio upgrades. Wow, that's insane. Jeez Louise. MLB said that Marcano did not appear in any of the games in which he placed bets, and that all of his Pirates-related bets came after he suffered a season knee injury on July 24th, 2023. It found that Marcano lost all of his Pirates. It found that Marcano lost all of his Pirates-related parlays and won just 4.3% of his major league bets overall. The league said that there is no evidence to suggest that any of the games that Marcano placed bets on were compromised in any way. Well, yikers. That's all I got to say is friggin' yikers. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, we saw that Pete Rose obviously had a ban for life. Will we ever see him in the Hall of Fame? I don't know. I mean, this doesn't make it any better. It's been talked about how sports betting could end up ruining so many things. We hear that the NFL is scripted, right? That we hear that the teams they already know what teams they want to play in the Super Bowl. That's what we keep hearing. And we also see how some NBA referees also, call it whatever you want, seems like they fix the games. I don't know, just saying. But we see it all the time. Sports betting, by the way, if you have a gambling addiction, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thankfully, I don't. I've never bet on anything because the only thing I gamble on is the lottery, and that's $2. And when I lose, I get pissed because I lost $2. That's just $2. I couldn't imagine losing $150,000 and then another $80,000, $87,000. That's insane to me. That really is. It just doesn't make any sense. And we just saw and it not gambling related, but we just saw. I just drew a blank. Former Steeler, former Buccaneer, where AB that went bankrupt, $55 million plus, and you go bankrupt. Man, I mean, there's a show that we watch, I think it's called AEW is wrestling, the something network. Basically, it's like it's for fancy folks. if you want to go, buy a yacht or whatever the latest thing is, or a house on the hills, great. For those who have that money, great. There's a lot of people that have deep pockets, and have helped people out in the community. And then you have some folks that have little pockets and have done more than people with the bigger pockets. But I digress when it comes to a lot of stuff. I hear some crinkling in the background. If I hear crinkling, it must be my hermano, which is Ricardo Quiñones, coming up behind me here on Middays with Q. So here he is. It is Ricardo Quiñones, Middays with Q here on Riptide Media Network. More importantly, on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Don't forget to download the app from 12 to 1 p.m. Hermano, how are you?
Doing well. Just kind of laughing at all this aftermath of the talking heads on certain networks regarding Caitlin Clark, and it's just the hypocrisy and the contradictions are just absolutely wild. And obviously, I ruffled a little feathers having Corey on yesterday when we were talking about if roles were reversed. It's funny. Someone mentioned to me, people are saying don't bring up race, and you're bringing up race. And I said, you had to listen to the whole context of the comments in the show yesterday, kind of understand where we were going with it. Let's not be stupid and naive.
Mm-hmm.
There's a race factor brought into this. I mean, that's the elephant in the room. And I'm just, again, I keep saying, and I'll get to some comments and some tweets as well in the 12 o'clock hour. The league is kicking a gift horse in the mouth. But so you got that. I think you might have touched, I had you tuned in. You might have touched on it. Another betting, gambling scandal.
Marcano? Yep.
Yeah, right. I mean, listen, it's just nothing surprising me anymore with this stuff at all.
It's not, because again, we saw everybody talked about they wanted Pete Rose to be in the Baseball Hall of Fame because he gambled. He's not in there. And now this is going to be one. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear a story, just like you brought up yesterday with Ohtani. There's going to be stories that are going to be told about guys, the athletes, and it could be the women as well. We'd hope that people don't bet against their teams. There's going to be some breakout story. It could be a couple of months from now. It could be a couple of years from now, where some of these athletes have bet on their own team while playing on their team. And to me, sports betting continues to get bigger. We know it's $1 billion industry at this point. The NFL's in bed with it. We saw DraftKings down there at Radio Row. So for the NFL, for years, what he talked about, that we don't want to bring sports, the betting element into sports, it's here.
Yeah, that's another elephant in the room. Like I said, once all bets were off, once the league decided, let's move the Raiders to Vegas. And it's prevalent. It's prominent. You know it. I know it. I talk about it on Back Your Play. I talked about it for years on AM 1490 Sports Betting Radio, right outside Jersey in the Philly market. It's just, you're going to get players, and some of these players, unfortunately, they're horrible at gambling. They're horrible at betting. They're not even hitting at a respectful clip. But the bottom line is it opens stuff up. And I think, again, you're only going to really, the eyeballs to red flag angel comes when we see a line that has just fluctuated dramatically, right? Half a point to a point to a point and a half to 2 points. And we have a clean injury report. Then we know there's either a sharp out there or something's going on that raises a red flag, and a couple $1 million have been bet on one side. What some of these baseball players are doing, with the Calvin Ridleys of the world did, with, Shohei Ohtani translator did, it kind of different from back in the day with the Paul Hornings, the Alex Websters of the world, Art Schlichters in college football, Providence, SMU, Rhode Island, Arizona State, the point shaving scandals back in the day. These were college players that were basically put in between a rock and a hard place, especially in Providence back in the day with the mafia. That's one of the reasons they were able to pinch Henry Hill, the character that Ray Liotta played in Goodfellas, wiretaps talking about gambling and sports betting, right? And having these kids on the hook. So I believe, because I'm a cynic, I believe that one day there will be a notable player in one of these leagues, and let's just say the NFL, for instance, a Patrick Mahomes-like level player, stature, right? One of the faces of the league. I believe we are coming down that path and road where one of these players is going to get hammed up, caught up, and you're going to see that they're part of a scandal. And look, quite frankly, if you asked me honestly right now, if you gave me truth serum and you said, do you believe that Shohei Ohtani knew exactly what was going on? I would say absolutely. Absolutely. He's got to be held culpable, and there's got to be accountability in some capacity, because you cannot let that type of money leave that bank account without knowing what's going on. So to your point, these players, just some of these smaller tier, lower level players, i.e. in baseball, they get enticed and they probably realize, hey man, if I can make a couple 100,000, and win a couple bets and make it over $1 million, I'm not going to make that, toiling around the majors or toiling the minor leagues. So, but that's something I'm going to bring up as well. 12 o'clock.
All right. I start off the show by saying that what irks you, right? Up in the Northeast, we use that word a whole bunch. I know a lot of people don't like it. They're like, what's that? Bothersome, irritates, irks is what we used a lot up in the Northeast. What's one thing that you can think of that really kind of gets under your skin?
In everyday life?
See. Or anything for that matter. Tipping? When you go to Little Caesars and you get a pizza and they tell you, tip there.
No, that's not. I don't know. I think I tell you, from doing what we do, I can't stand when someone just maybe will read a tagged headline or a quote, and they don't really dive into what was said, the full context of it, right? That's and the fact that we have so many friggin' clowns out there that are so friggin' lazy that just love to lift work and just won't do anything original. That kind of annoys me, but I also take it as a badge of honor, because you're watching what I'm doing. You're watching what I'm doing. As far as everyday walks of life, sometimes I'll make a comment, like if I hold the door for someone and they don't say anything, I'll just be like, yeah, you're welcome. Or when you got the asshole that wants to get up your ass while you're driving, and then you guys basically show up at the red light at the same time.
Yep.
Other than that, I have probably a laundry list now that you're making me think about it, but that's just what I have on a Tuesday so far.
No, but it's funny though, because I've done the same thing before. Like in Philly, it's notorious. Right? In the morning, I'd go to Wawa. It's 2:30 in the morning, and you hold the door for somebody and nothing. All right, you're welcome. And they walk away. Or the same way when someone gets so enraged because, what do you mean the coffee's not ready? It'll be ready in 30 seconds. I don't have 30 seconds. Yes, you do, because you're going to argue with me and tell me that you don't have 30 seconds, but you're waiting 30 seconds for the same cup of coffee that you weren't going to wait 30 seconds before. And it's funny. And when Debbie and I have gone to Wawa's down here locally in the area, thank God they came down here to Florida. But it was funny because we love the fresh hot stuff, so we don't mind. That's perfect for us. And it's funny because whether it's a guy or girl that's working, I apologize, I'm sorry, I'll be ready about a minute. That's fine. I was going to wait anyways, because what do you want? Do you either want? If you're looking for cold coffee, of course, it's specialty at Wawa and other places. I get it. But if it's hot coffee, but it's been sitting there for a while, and which it's rare, there's not too many places that use the glass pots anymore. But it's the same way. You don't want to sit in the carafe, for 2 hours, and you're getting, lukewarm coffee. You want the fresh stuff. So I don't expect an apology every single time, but it's funny how everybody's patience is getting more and more minimal. And then here in Florida, you can tell the Floridians from the people that have transplanted down this way, like myself, where you'll get somewhere, I'm like, I've been waiting in the drive-through line for 15 minutes. Well, if you would have come inside 15 minutes ago, you would have realized you would have been in and out the door in about 5 minutes. But you want to sit there because you don't want to get out of your car and run your AC and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Get upset at the world you want to. I'm here enjoying my meal because I was smart enough to jump out of the car and come into the establishment and then enjoy it. So I don't know. It's funny how certain things people get irritated with, and other things that people would just, they just take it with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, we wake up every friggin' day to either enjoy life or make the worst of it, one or two. It's Gas Pump Guy says, Wawa is the best food in a gas station. Yuppers. And you guys are welcome, because it comes out from suburbia Philadelphia, where it all started.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I might have to interject on that. See, I'm not first of all, I don't.
Wait. You're talking about not interjecting as far as the Wawa came from Philly or from the suburbs, or you're talking about the food?
No, I'm interjecting and talking about, no, that's factually correct. I'm talking about, food wise, the level of tastiness. I'm not a fast food type of guy like the Wawa stuff or that, but when I was coming back from a broadcast once, I never ever stopped at a Royal Farms ever. And I walked in, it was like I was in another dementia. And I was like, oh, I'm in the mood for a little tenders, take them on the drive home. And by the way, filled up with regular. So if we're talking about gas station and food, yeah. Wawa has its Wawa. There are some states that have no Wawa, which is just a travesty.
Yeah, it's a violation.
It is. Yeah, it's a bad job by some of these states. So, but I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not a fast food guy. I couldn't tell you the last time, even if I'm starving after a broadcast, I'm such a loser and a health nut that I'll pack like my whey protein or my Greek yogurt or my fruit, and I'll bring it in with me in the hotel.
No, that's like, well, down here in Florida, for example, and I'm pretty sure they have other places like PDQ, even though it's fast food, but it's a great chicken spot. Really, really freaking good. That's good. But no, I agree though, because before I moved down here, when I was helping out a bus depot out in Northeast Philly, they had made a Royal Farms right down the street from our garage. And it was freaking terrific though, because the chicken is so stinking good. I would hate to admit it, but it's really good. And then you were getting it was like $2 or $3 specials. The lines that were going out the door, because the first time I ever got a taste of it was in North Carolina when I was down there in Fort Bragg.
Okay.
And so when it popped up in Philly, like, oh, if they make the chicken the same way they do in the Carolinas, this is going to be a beautiful thing.
Now I did try for the very first time, and that was when I was out in California doing Combate Americas. It's a Spanish Latino MMA company back in the day. I mean, they're huge now, Combate America. They're global. But I remember the fighters, after we had pre-fighter meetings, they were like, hey, man, you want to go grab something to eat? And I was like, yeah, why not, right? I never had a Jack in the Box before.
Right.
That was my first experience with a Jack in the Box. So.
Yeah, that one in Texas. And what's the other one? When we went to Vegas, there was another, and it's talked about all the time. Yeah, hopefully my producer is listening in over Studio B. But there was one in Vegas, In-N-Out Burger. There you go.
In-N-Out Burger, sure.
Yep, In-N-Out Burger is not bad. It's actually pretty good. And there were lines around that place, but we were fortunate enough as the show's quickly coming to an end. When we went out there during COVID, there was a Mexicano cart that was out there. I mean, you talk about it was $2 or $3 tacos, and they were filling, but they were so good, all authentic. Oh, it was freaking absolutely delicious. And we tried when we went back the second time. We were hoping to find them, but unfortunately, because obviously by that time Allegiant Stadium was done, and so was the cart. But I'm pretty sure there's probably a park somewhere out there with them. But all right, listen, folks, thank you very much for tuning in to Martinez Company. Of course, you can listen in every morning, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday here, mid-mornings with myself, Angel Martinez Company, right here on the Riptide Media Network. Also on sports radio. Ooh, Gas Pump Guy brought up, we're going to Whataburger. That is good. They're also, I believe they originally started out of Cali. I'm almost certain. Whataburger is good. You ever had that one?
I have not.
That's actually pretty good. You might have to take away your whey protein for one day and try out Whataburger. It's not going to happen, but no, that was good. That was good by Gas Pump Guy bringing it at the last minute. So thanks to Rick Marcus, Penguin AZ, Joey B, Rick, Jerry from Rhode Island, everyone who put in their comments today. Our guest over on the Pete Sheppard Show from 7 to 10 a.m. Of course, here I didn't have a guest, but always here doing the crossovers with me is Rich Quinones. He's coming up next. Middays with Q from 12 to 1. You guys can listen right here on Sports Radio 102.9 The Game. Don't forget you can download the app on broadcastsouth.com and make it really easy for you guys and girls. Also, you can visit the Play Store or the Android Store, and you guys can do it that way. The show feed for the moment will stop here. The party will continue over on Sports Radio. We're going to get everything refired back up and be back with you guys. So we'll be back here on all of the social medias within the next 3 to 4 minutes. But for now, thank you all for tuning in to Martinez Company. I will talk to you tomorrow as we end the show, and I'll make sure I bring up the proper screen here. And so I can say thank you guys. We will see you all here in just a couple of minutes, but Martinez Company will start back up at 10 to 12. Middays with Q coming up next. Enjoy the rest of your day and always take care of you and each other. We will see you here in just a little bit. And for those who remain on the sports radio app, we do appreciate you guys as we're making a crossover change over from Martinez Company, getting things reignited with obviously